All right. Let's see if this is working. Can people hear us? Hopefully.
Question isn't whether they can hear us; it's whether they regret hearing us.
Also a problem. Yes. Um, all right. I think this looks like it's working. So probably a little different sort of a stream this week. As you may have noticed, we seem to have our co-hosts that keep going the way of Spinal Tap drummers. So so we're trying Andy this week, who's actually not an OOTP player, uh, but a longtime friend of mine who, despite having the misfortune to be a Duke fan, is actually a really good guy. I promise. Or you want to introduce yourself?
Take
Why
it
don't
away.
you introduce yourself?
Yeah, it's me. My name's Andy. Well, my excuse for being a Duke fan is that I'm an alumnus, and I did play Out of the Park. I played it in 22, 23, but it wasn't something I really wanted to sink a lot of time into. But I still enjoy it, and it still looks like it's got some good stuff in it. We will see what that's all about as time goes by. Cheers to you too, Mr. Audit. But first, this thing about quiz with three eyes. That
Yes.
that's not a typo, is it, Charles? Is it?
No, no, it's not. Um, so yeah, there are, I guess, a bunch of things that came up this week. You know, so few different things that seemed kind of fun. Oh, hold on. You know what? I'm gonna get an echo unless I switch to a headset. Let me do that before we get too much further. Sorry, I only ever seem to remember the audio stuff we do after we're on stream. It's common failing here. All right, I think that should be working better. Um, Good. Hopefully everyone's having a good week. So yeah, guys, that's a good question. Is it more of a misfortune actually to be a Duke fan or a Mets fan at this point?
Well, they have a lot in common in that they play just well enough to get your hopes up, and then something really stupid happens. Now, bear in mind, the really stupid thing the Mets have had happen this season, of course, is that their two biggest runs to the playoffs have come after having Grimace throw out the first pitch and after having the Hawk Twa girl throw out the first pitch. Which means that if they make the playoffs, I am demanding that Rick Astley be used as the first pitch.
Well done. And actually, I think one of my favorite things to discover, like upon coming to Mizzou, is that for every third down, they do the Timmy Trumpet thing from like the Edwin Diaz entrance.
Is that a positive or a negative?
Mm, yes.
Good answer. Which is more than I've been told we will get out of the Quiiiz.
Yeah, oh yeah. So I think it's all fine to figure out kind of how we want to do things this week. I did also notice that we actually had card ratings being a thing this week on one of the affiliate streams. So maybe in a bit of role reversal, actually, one of the things that Dr. Dynastic kind of was showing off was this partnership with Quiiiz. Okay, maybe several of those eyes are silent. Um,
I mean, possibly.
So, which seemed actually kind of fun because if you're a fan of trivia, it's a chance to kind of try trivia competitively for a little bit of cash. And actually, I should see if I could find Doc's affiliate link. Maybe we can throw them a little bit of business here if people do sign up. But at the same time, they have some sample questions, and I'll just say, looking at the sample questions, a few of them looked a bit rough. Yeah, Quiiz,
and this is
nose.
when
Well, the nose actually, London Enjoy. We're gonna get to the nose in a moment, I promise. And by the way, Andy, just to let you know, London Enjoyer. See, there is one.
ah.
And,
So
and Andy's not a fan of the London.
no, not at all. Total Italian game guy. Um, so our host came up to me and said, "We found this. And on top of that, there are sample questions about wrestling. He
Re-
happens to know that I have been watching wrestling since I was 9 years old and have a great memory for it.
Not only
He
watched
then,
wrestling, not only watched wrestling, I'm pretty sure I've seen a picture of you actually in a promotion.
yes, I was trained to be a wrestler. I have done refereeing, I have done ring announcing, and I have gotten beaten up by somebody. So,
Well, I've gotten beaten up by somebody.
well, yes, but that's just because it's you. Now,
I have a question. Okay, how long did it take you to pass the blindness test to become a professional wrestling referee?
ooh, the toughest part is that they ask you to look at the eye chart and read the top line, and you have to realize that you're not supposed to go EYECHART.
I see. I don't know. Feel free to if there's anything fun you want to share from you know what it's like to become a professional ref with a W.
Yeah. And I do have to appreciate it because I have been told that the wrestling questions, the 50 wrestling questions, were written by fellow refs with a W.
It was a little bit uneven, and so I thought it would be fun to actually go through. So again, Andy is, my go-to for like if there's some obscure bit of, wrestling knowledge that I want to, dig up. Andy is generally my go-to person for like vetting those kinds of questions. Okay? So my bet with him. Now I will warn you, there's some sample questions, but they're kind of uneven. Okay, that's actually putting it nicely. Um, and we can all kind of play along, but my bet with him was sort of whether he'd be able to get at least 40 of the 50 right. Where by right, I mean the answer that is indicated on their test. And I'll put the link up for everybody at the end, but the link kind of has the correct answers marked. So, you know, um, so we looked at the first couple of them. Should we start from where we were, or should I actually give everyone, if everyone wants to play along at home, should we start at the beginning?
Well, we'll start at the beginning, and you'll call me on this. I will say the same thing I did then, and I will probably give the same logic process that I
All right,
did.
that sounds fair. So we're gonna let everyone play at home. We'll just do it on the honor system. Let us know how you do. Um, you know, but we'll see how it goes. And like I said, it's a bit uneven. Um, or as they describe it, a trivia gauntlet that would make Macho Man Randy Savage proud. So there we go. All right, should we do this?
Let's
Hold on.
see
You know
how
what I
bad
should
it
do?
goes. How good
I should keep score somewhere, shouldn't I?
Why start now?
I mean, if we got a thing on screen. All right, here we go. Andy's total, chat's total. All right, here we go. That work? So what
Let's go with
we'll
it.
do is we'll take answers in chat as well, and we'll kind of see who does better. All right, you ready? All right, first question, and it's multiple choice, so you get to hear all four answers before you decide. All right.
Mm-hmm.
What iconic catchphrase belonged to the boastful $1 million man Ted DiBiase? A. I'm the best in the world at what I do. B. You can't handle the truth. C. Everybody's got a price. D. Just shut up and wrestle. So we'll give Chad a chance.
Yep. Anybody in chat want to offer anything?
We'll just take the first answer in chat or something. Hopefully people are around and want to play along. If not, we'll... All right, Mr. Rod says it's easy. What are you going with? C? All right, chat says C. What do you got, Andy?
Well, I got that Best in the World What I Do is by Chris Jericho, not by Ted DiBiase, and that Ted DiBiase, being the $1 million man, said that everybody's got a price.
Correct, and chat got it too. All right, we're 1 for 1. All right. Number 2. And again, I'm going to warn you, I'm just reading these as written. The correct answer is whatever they've put there. Who terrorized the WWE as the demonic Undertaker's Ministry of Darkness acolyte? Was it A, Kane, B, The Godfather, C, Goldust, or D, The Rock?
Chat, would you like to offer an answer?
I give my answers to these two if you want. I wouldn't have done as well as you, except, these questions are uneven. Or actually, yeah.
Okay, chat has said something.
Chat's going with Kane. All right, what are you going with?
Now, my first reaction was that, technically speaking, none of them were acolytes. That said, the only one who was ever even allied with The Undertaker is his quote-unquote brother, Kane. So that's the one I went with.
All right, so 2 questions. Here, we'll go with incorrect questions. 1 incorrect question, but you both get it right. You both get credit for Kane.
This, by the way, means that we are now better scoring than the people who wrote this crap.
So far, we're going to see how we do.
Right, that's what I'm talking about, Mr. Audit. There were acolytes for The Undertaker, but it was not those 4 people. So...
All right, here we go. Question 3. Under the mask, who was the high-flying luchador Rey Mysterio facing off against at WrestleMania 22? Actually, Mr. Odd, if you want to jump on the call, we could do it that way too. Do you want to jump on? Anyway, yeah. Who is Rey Mysterio facing off against? Sorry, under the mask, who was the high-flying luchador Rey Mysterio facing off against at WrestleMania 22? Was it A, Eddie Guerrero, B, Batista, C, JBL, or D, Kurt Angle?
This one's a little tricky. Let's see if
Wait, was this person in a mask at WrestleMania 22?
If you mean Rey Mysterio, yes.
Well, no, but the way they wrote the question, I think they were implying that this opponent was in a mask.
None of those 4 people they mentioned have ever been.
That's what I wouldn't have thought, yeah. Okay, it's just written in a funny way. All right.
Must be AI. That would explain a lot now, wouldn't it?
The choices were Eddie Guerrero, Batista, JBL, or Kurt Angle. You're going to go with Kurt Angle. All right. Andy?
Well, he faced Eddie Guerrero at WrestleMania 21. He faced JBL at WrestleMania 25. He has never faced Batista at WrestleMania. At WrestleMania 22, he did, in fact, face Kurt Angle. But what makes this question a little difficult is that Angle wasn't his only opponent at that event. Now, the question is still correct. Kurt Angle's the right answer, but it was in a triple threat match also involving Randy Orton.
All right. Fair enough, but we'll give it to you. All right. We're 3 for 3. We're off to a good start. All right, this next one's really easy. Who brought Hulkamania to professional wrestling? Was it Steve Austin, Hulk Hogan, The Ultimate Warrior, or The Undertaker?
All right, who wants a free point?
I think we'll give everyone a free Hulk point, right?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Questions are uneven.
Yeah. All right. Question 5. What was the name of the striking tag team known for their outrageous outfits and flamboyant entrances?
Well, that narrows it down.
I was going to say that that doesn't. All right, but I'll give you 4 choices. A, the Road Warriors. B, the New World Order (NWO). C, Legion of Doom. D, the Steiner Brothers. Yeah, exactly, Mr. What tag team is not known for their outfits and their entrances, right?
There is so much wrong with that question.
I think we gotta let chat. Well, you know what? Should we let chat? Chat's going Legion of Doom. All right. What are you going with, Andy?
Well, okay. So here's the problem. The NWO was a group, not necessarily a tag team.
Okay.
So that's probably not it.
Okay.
The Steiner brothers did have some strange outfits. They were, they did those 90s yearbook background things, but I'd hardly call their entrance flamboyant. They just came to the ring.
Okay.
Which narrows it down to the Road Warriors and the Legion of Doom. And herein lies the problem. The Road Warriors are the Legion of Doom. So
I believe that means you got a 50-50.
with this game, well, since chat said Legion of Doom, I'm going to say Road Warriors.
You're going to go Road Warriors. TV's going
honestly, Bushwhackers would have been a better guess, but it's not one of the choices.
Right. The problem is multiple choice. You have to pick the best answer for this. It's horrible. The answer, by the way, the official answer is the Steiner brothers.
Steiner brothers were flamboyant?
The official answer, as given by Quiiiz, is the Steiner brothers. I'm going to mark that down as an issue with the question, I think.
Oh, they did? No, they did have entrance music. Everyone had entrance music in the 80s. Are you kidding me? Well, 80s and 90s. But I guess Scott as a solo artist had flamboyant entrances, but that's not what they meant. Next question.
All right. We're 4 for 5, though, so you're on pace for the 40, which was our over-under. All right?
And bear in mind, we're currently leading the writers 4-3.
That is fair. All right. Which legendary annual event is called the granddaddy of them all? Unfortunately, Rose Bowl, not an option. SummerSlam, Survivor Series, Royal Rumble, or WrestleMania?
This should be an easy one. Chat, you got this, I'm sure.
You could probably go ahead and answer this one while we're...
Yep. No, that's exactly what it is, Mr. Audit. It is WrestleMania. It is the oldest of the four, and therefore it got the nickname Granddaddy of them all.
Okay.
And yes, I have heard it called that.
All right.
Not in a long time, but I have heard it called that. Gorilla Monsoon would call it that.
All right. Next. This one even I know enough to yell at. How many participants enter the Royal Rumble match? Is it 20, 30, 40, or 50? And I at least know that more than one of those should be correct.
Yeah. This one, this is one I don't blame the writers for, because there's a pretty standard answer, but it hasn't always been the standard. The very first Royal Rumble was in 1988, in which there were 20 entrants. In 2011, they expanded the Rumble temporarily for 40 entrants. But the typical number is, in fact, 30. That is the traditional number of entrants in a Royal Rumble.
And that is what they wanted. So, all right, we're doing well. We're 6 out of 7. Starts to get...
We're still ahead of the game by 1.
We are. All right. Which championship is awarded to the top wrestler on WWE's Raw brand? Is it the Universal Championship, the WWE Championship, the Intercontinental Championship, or the United States Championship?
Ooh. This is a good one, actually. I like this question.
Assuming they have it correct.
That is true. All right, guesses in from chat. I will say that
Because
it is
I
not.
would have thought it was incorrect, but
Well, the Universal Championship right now is held by Cody Rhodes, and he is SmackDown exclusive. The Intercontinental and US Championships are both secondary titles. They are not the big prize. So it's the other one, the WWE Championship.
all right. So I just went and checked like Wikipedia's version of WWE titles right now, and they don't
Well,
list
what do
any.
they know?
So they actually don't list anything as simply called WWE Championship. But or no, they do. Sorry, no. Cody Rhodes holds both the WWE and Universal Championship.
So even through my logic, okay. So hold on. I'm right for the wrong reason. I get the point, and the authors are wrong. Got it. Okay.
They do want WWE Championship though, so you each get the point.
And we yell at the authors again.
All right.
Guys, we have a 2-point lead on the authors. This is nothing outside.
All right, number 9. Who holds the record for the most WWE Championship reigns as of July 2024? Is it A, John Cena, B, Ric Flair, C, Triple H, or D, Randy Orton?
All right, we have our guest from the chat.
Chat's going with Cena.
Randy Orton has 11 title reigns, I think. Triple H is up to like 13 or 14. Ric Flair famously has 16 title reigns, but so does John Cena. Both of them are at 16. The tiebreaker, I would say, is that a lot of Ric Flair's championships came under the WCW umbrella. So, yeah, so I think John Cena is the right answer here.
Okay.
The only problem being that I think there are 2 right answers, and so that's the one I'm going with. John
The correct
Cena.
answer is Ric Flair.
Aha. I think I explained the problem here.
Yes. All right. Question 10. What brutal cage match features a roof suspended above the ring? Is it A, the Elimination Chamber, B, Hell in a Cell, C, the Steel Cage match, or D, the King of the Ring tournament?
All right. Can we have the person who wrote this question taken out back and shot?
That's a good idea. See, you know what? I'm going to do that for comparison. I'm going to ask ChatGPT to answer as well. We're going to do that for comparison starting now. I'm going to set that. That sounds fun.
So here is the deal, as Mr. Audit gives his answer. The deal here is that there are several structures made of steel. 3 of the ones mentioned are steel structures, which is fine. But they specifically mention a roof. 2 of them have roofs. Now, because the important part of this question is what in the world do they want us to say? We're looking at something that is a steel cage with a roof on top. The best way to describe Hell in a Cell is a steel cage with a roof on top. Elimination Chamber just has too many wacky things going for it. So I am dead certain that the answer they want here is Hell in a Cell.
All right. What did chat go with?
Chat went with Hell in a Cell as well.
They wanted Hell in a Cell. ChatGPT's answer, in case you're wondering, was the correct answer is B, Hell in a Cell. This match features a roof above the ring enclosing the competitors in a steel structure.
All right.
So ChatGPT is on the board. In fact, is in the lead if we go by percentage.
Yeah, that's not fair.
All right. Question 11. What territory is credited with the birth of hardcore wrestling? Is it WCW, ECW, NWA, AWA?
That is a fun one. But it's also pretty obvious.
All right.
WCW, and first off, NWA is not a territory, it's a conglomeration of territories. Some of which did have matches with violence and bloodshed, but that they aren't really given credit for it because it wasn't their whole thing. WCW and AWA were for family-friendly audiences and would not have the kind of bloody thing you'd expect in a hardcore match. Plus, come on, of course it's ECW.
I mean, I'm from Philly.
Let's face it.
And ChatGPT, by the way, also got it right.
Look, I know what happens in the Philadelphia territories. You know, you get weapons being thrown around, blood being shed, riots all over the place.
Yeah,
And
wait till you get to the arena.
Yeah, I was about to say. This, by the way, leads to one of my favorite moments, if I may. When Michael Vick was signed by the Eagles after getting out of prison, I asked you if you thought it would be a problem that Peter would send like hundreds of protesters to every Philadelphia home game. To which you responded, "I'll take the Philly fans in the third round."
Sounds about right.
All right, we seem to be doing okay. Now things get worse.
Yes. Question 12. Who was the first African American wrestler to win the WWE Championship? Was it A. Booker T, B. The Rock, C. Kofi Kingston, or D. Mark Henry?
Ooh.
Right.
I am going to have fun with this question.
Mr. Audit's going with The Rock.
So, Booker T never won something called the WWE title. He won the WCW title a lot. Mark Henry, similarly, won what was the World Heavyweight title, was not the WWE title. But even if we allow that to count, he won it in 2011. Kofi Kingston won the WWE title in 2019. But Kingston was born in Ghana. He's not African American, he's just African. So that pretty much leaves The Rock, who won the WWF title in 1998, before Booker T, Mark Henry, or Kofi Kingston won any world title.
All right, so you're going Rock. ChatGPT is going with Kofi Kingston.
Huh.
And the correct answer is Kofi Kingston.
And now you realize this was a trick question. They said WWE title, not WWF. And this is where you wish you could reach into the internet and stab somebody in the face, as they used to say in the IRC days.
All right, here we go. Next question. Number 13. What iconic finishing move involves a wrestler slamming their opponent face first onto the turnbuckle? Is it A, sharpshooter, B, clothesline, C, tombstone pile driver, or D, DDT?
Hold up. Wait.
Mr. Audit, yeah, I will give you the text to the question exactly. Just so we're clear, this is the question.
Hold on a second. The sharpshooter is a submission hold. No, not that kind of
I believe wouldn't that fall under the foreign substances? So maybe under the ring.
Yeah. Now, the sharpshooter is a submission hold and doesn't involve the turnbuckles at all. The clothesline is simply a strike that does, yeah. The tombstone pile driver just drops somebody on their head. The DDT is from a front face lock, and absolutely none of them involve the turnbuckles whatsoever. So now we're going to play a game of what the hell were they thinking? Now, which one do they think it is? Because the move they're describing is actually a move. It's called Snake Eyes. But, well, one of the top practitioners of Snake Eyes was The Undertaker, who finished people with the Tombstone Pile Driver. So,
I'm just going to add to the incorrect questions list real quick.
Yes, please do. I'll say C because
Andy is going Tombstone Pile Driver. What does chat want to go with? I'm sorry, chat. You're going to have to pick A, B, C, or D. One of them is marked correct.
Doesn't it just annoy you when the chat has funnier responses than we do?
Chat is going with the DDT. What does Chat GPT say? The correct answer is Tombstone Pile Driver. The move involves slamming the opponent's head down, often leading to a face-first impact with the turnbuckle. Okay, then. And the correct answer is Tombstone Pile Driver.
I'm not even proud of that one. Don't worry, chat. You're still ahead of the authors.
All right. Number 14. Which legendary tag team rivalry involved the teams Edge and Christian and the Hardy Boys? Was it... Now, although it says which legendary tag team rivalry, actually all four of the answers are tag teams. So, was it A, the Dudley Boys, B, the Legion of Doom, C, the New Day, or D, the Usos?
Well, I think I know what they mean, what they're trying to say here.
And yes, Mr. Art, it would be very difficult for the Undertaker to do that into a turnbuckle.
Yeah, okay, so Edge and Christian and the Hardy Boys, when they were an up-and-coming tag team in 1999 to 2001, often were put in three-way ladder matches with the Dudley Boys. This must be what the question is asking, even though this question was clearly written by somebody in first grade.
All right, everyone's going Dudley Boys. Everyone is correct, as is ChatGPT, which is 5 for 5, by the way.
That's not a good sign when ChatGPT knows better than we do how we're supposed to answer these questions.
No. All right, here we go. Round 4, Around the World.
Wait, shouldn't there be one in round 3, whatever it was?
Oh, wait, hold on. No, you're right. There is. I missed one. Here we go. What was the name of the legendary all-women's wrestling promotion founded by Susan Lynch? Was it the WWA, the LPWA, Glow, or Shimmer Women Athletes?
That's a good question. That is a legitimately tough question. All right.
ChatGPT, by the way, is telling me this question is wrong.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually voluntarily telling me this question is wrong, which is interesting.
So, Shimmer was founded by David Prazak. Glow was founded by David McLean. That leaves WWA and LPWA. Of those two, WWA is not a women's promotion, from what I understand. So I'm going to say LPWA.
Okay, and chat says it's Glow. Here's ChatGPT's answer. The correct answer is Glow. Glow was founded by David McLean and became famous for its blend of wrestling and entertainment in the 1980s. However, Susan Lynch is often associated with the promotion's legacy in various capacities. And the answer they wanted is Glow.
I hate this game.
I
You should have gone. You know what? You should have bet on me and taken and given the points to the authors.
really should have. So Ludwig, this is this quiz thing that we had seen. If someone can find the invite link, we should. The questions I saw for actually the money challenges were better, but they gave some sample questions that were a bit uneven, and it kind of seemed fun. So here we go. Round 4, around the world.
And
All
yes,
right.
this is all about the professional theater wrestling, if you will.
All right. Yes. What is the but Ludwig, feel free to play along. We're sort of doing chat versus Andy versus Chat GPT versus many of the author questions are just incorrect. So my challenge for Andy, who is very much a wrestling encyclopedia, was could he get 40 out of 50 given how many of these questions were uneven, and we're going to see. All right.
You will notice, by the way, that even though I'm only at 11 out of 15, that still puts me ahead of the people who wrote this damn thing.
Well, yes. All right. What is the name of the high-flying masked... Wait. What? Okay.
This isn't a good sign, people.
I'm just going to read the question. What is the name of the high-flying, masked, lucha libre style of professional wrestling originating in Mexico? Is it Puroresu, lucha libre, catch wrestling, or strong style?
So they're asking me...
Yes, what is the name of the lucha libre style? What is the name of the lucha libre style? That is the question. I think this is what in Quiz Bowl terms we used to call a curved yellow fruit question.
I think this is what Jeopardy would put in the stupid answers category. It's definitely Lucha Libre.
It is Lucha Libre. Hey, look, it's not an incorrect question. It's just...
Technically correct, the best kind of correct.
It's just... Oh boy. All right. Here we go.
Folks, it's not going to get much better.
What is the largest professional wrestling promotion in Japan? Is it A, Dragon Gate, B, New Japan Pro Wrestling, C, Pro Wrestling Noah, D, All Japan Pro Wrestling?
Very good question here, actually. Now, if you know your history of Japanese wrestling...
I will say, ChatGPT, by the way, continues to be at 100% on these, which isn't too surprising given that ChatGPT probably wrote them.
Yeah. Now, there was a time when All Japan was the biggest promotion. But then its founder died, and there was a huge schism. And a lot of the people from All Japan went to Noah. Those two promotions kind of cancel each other out. Dragon Gate is a very niche promotion. New Japan is the answer.
Okay, hold on. So Chat is disagreeing between between B and D. So what do you think, Chat? You going with New Japan or you going with All Japan? New Japan. They're going New Japan. They are correct.
There you go.
All right. Hold on, did I update this correctly?
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Yes, we did. Okay. All right. Number 18. What is the name of the annual tournament held by NJPW to crown their top wrestler? Is it King of the Ring, G1 Climax, New Japan Cup, or Wrestle Kingdom? I would have been stuck between two of these because I've heard of two of them as being Japan things. And at least one is very much not being a Japan thing.
Mm-hmm. So, the trick here is that there is a New Japan Cup, but it's basically like the King of the Ring, which is not a New Japan thing.
Okay.
Wrestle Kingdom is a New Japan thing, but is the name of their WrestleMania equivalent. I'm dead certain what they want here is the G1 Climax, which is a round robin style.
Yep, and you and Chat are both right. Okay.
All right.
And now,
Number 19, please.
okay.
Why are we hesitating?
Because I made the mistake of reading the question before reading it to you. Okay. What British wrestling promotion gained international recognition in the 1990s? Is it A, Progress Wrestling in all caps, B, Revolution Pro Wrestling, C, Insane Championship Wrestling, or D, World Wrestling Federation?
A British wrestling promotion that gained fame in the 1990s. Well, we can rule out the World Wrestling Federation because that's not British. The other three are British promotions, and they're all pretty good British promotions, but they're all fairly recent British promotions. In fact, I'm not sure any of them were around in the 1990s. So once again, we're forced to play a game of what were they thinking? That's your cue to have a snarky comment, by the way.
Well, I just think you missed the comma, you know.
Oh, right. or as I keep getting reminded, it should be said, what were you thinking?
Yeah.
So, this is tricky. Especially since native British wrestling was kind of in the doldrums in the 90s.
Any ideas, chat? What does chat think of this one?
I think chat went out to get dinner. Which makes them smarter than I am, by the way.
Let me see if ChatGPT has an answer. Okay, ChatGPT doesn't seem to like this question very much. So, Mr. I can give you the question again. Here was the question. And here were your 4 answers.
No, Huseman, you're right. The ICW, especially all of the choices A through C were 2010s.
I did try to warn people. The Huseman, I think, came in a little bit late. I did try to warn people that these questions were questionable.
I think we used the word uneven.
Yes.
So I am going to be a smartass here.
Yeah.
And go with the biggest promotion in Great Britain in the 1990s, which would have been the WWF.
Okay, Andy's going D.
Because if none of the answers are right, I am going to be the most spectacularly wrong I can be.
All right. And the Huseman is going with B.
I'm with you, Bob, but they wouldn't let me say that.
ChatGPT's answer. The correct answer is Progress Wrestling. Progress gained significant international recognition in the 2010s, but the promotion that really put British wrestling on the map in the 1990s was World Wrestling Federation, though it was not a British promotion. If you're looking specifically for a British promotion that gained recognition in the 1990s, then none of the options perfectly fit, as the prominence of British wrestling internationally really surged in the 2000s and later. However, for the context of the question, A is the best choice in terms of modern significance.
So even ChatGPT is saying this question sucks.
It is. The correct answer is D, the World Wrestling Federation.
I win! Lose! I don't know! All right, folks, that puts our current score at special guest 15, chat 14, authors 12.
Yes.
And now question 20.
Okay, we all losing. All right. Question 20. What Mexican wrestling legend is best known for his signature move, the Canadian Destroyer? Is it A, Rey Mysterio, B, Penta El Zero Miedo, C, Blue Demon Jr., D, Ultimo Guerrero?
Can I just say that question is very, very, very wrong? And I don't mean wrong in the sense that it's factually incorrect. I mean there is something that is just messed up.
Okay.
However, I think there's an answer to this, and I think I know what it is.
All right.
I can rule out Rey Mysterio. I've never seen Ultimo Guerrero. And if
I'm
you leave
pretty
me
sure
with
I
the
have seen
absurdity-
Rey Mysterio beat a Canadian, though.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Now, of course, the Canadian Destroyer gets its name from the fact that it was invented by a Canadian named P.D. Williams.
Who you may notice does not appear in...
Sir not appearing in these choices, yes.
Yes.
But I believe of those four, the one who has adopted it is the former Pentagon Junior. Now, a little bit of Lucha Libre history here. La Parca, the La Parca we know and love, broke from the script and critically injured the original Pentagon, which pretty much led to him being blackballed from Mexico for a while, which is why he was in WCW all this time.
So is that why Penta's gone?
That's why the original Penta's gone, yes. As for why the current one goes by the name he does and not Pentagon Jr., it's because people thought that the legacy of the character was cursed, and he said, I have no fear, give it to me. And no fear in Spanish is cero miedo. So yes, my answer is B, Penta el cero miedo.
And you are all correct.
Yay!
Actually, that should be like, what? Hold on, that's like 0.7 of a question, right? It's a Canadian question.
Don't do that. No, we're not keeping that. Not like this. No. Put it
All
back.
right.
Put it back. Control Z that shit. We are Americans. We are not doing Control Z.
All right.
That's better. Let's move on, because that was actually a decent question.
All right, round 5, tag team turmoil. And the way this is going, emphasis on the turmoil.
I mean, it's not that bad apart from the ones they don't know what they're talking about.
All right, what is the name of the annual WWE pay-per-view dedicated to tag team wrestling? You probably want me to give you choices on this, don't you?
You can, but I think I know what they're going for.
All right. Could we go A, Elimination Chamber, B, Money in the Bank, C, Survivor Series, or D, Tables, Ladders, and Chairs?
Yep, Mr. Audit, this one's easy. I didn't need the choices. The original Survivor Series, teams of 5 strive to survive. It's the Survivor Series.
All right, everyone's going Survivor Series. The answer, of course, is Tables, Ladders, and Chairs.
Wait, what?
And ChatGPT correctly comes up with the correct answer is D, Tables, Ladders, and Chairs. This annual WWE pay-per-view features matches that prominently involve tables, ladders, and chairs, making it a celebration of tag team wrestling and the high-risk moves associated with it.
What? No. You put an incorrect question counter.
I think I might have to add to that one, yes.
That is garbage.
I did say tag team turmoil, didn't I?
Ugh. I'm going to lose the over-under because this quiz is written by morons.
I did tell you there are problems with this, right?
Yes, but I assumed you meant that there would be questions that were vague or something, not questions where the author had no clue what they were talking about.
Yeah. Well, here, in return, I'll give you one I'm pretty sure you'll get right. Which legendary high-flying tag team called themselves the Hardy Boys? Was it the Young Bucks, the Motor City Machine Guns, the Usos, or Matt and Jeff Hardy?
You're kidding, right? That's an actual question?
That's an actual question. I'm just going to mark everyone down as correct on that one and move on.
See, that is the difference. Matt and Jeff Hardy are the Hardy Boys. whereas the Young Bucks, for most of the career, were hardly boys.
Mm.
So yes, it's the Hardy Boys. Just give everybody points.
All right,
23,
next
please.
one. Next one. What was the nickname of the dominant tag team Edge and Christian? Was it A, the Brothers of Destruction, B, Degeneration X, C, Rated RKO, D, The New Day?
Here's a hint. When there's this much dead air, it's because I'm blinking my eyes.
I did say this is called Tag Team Turmoil.
Okay, all right.
Oh, the Who's Mitch, definitely none of the above. This is the whole point, is that people are playing these things for money. But unfortunately, one of these four answers is marked as correct. So, which answer are you going with? Is it A, the Brothers of Destruction, B, Degeneration X, C, Rated RKO, or D, The New Day?
All right. So Edge and Christian were presented as brothers before they were presented as best friends because, continuity in wrestling is fungible. But they're not the Brothers of Destruction. That's Kane and The Undertaker.
Mm-hmm.
The original D-Generation X was Shawn Michaels and Triple H.
Right.
The New Day is...
Very much not Edge and Christian. Very much not Edge and Christian.
Yes. Rated RKO was Edge, but not Christian. It was Edge and Randy Orton.
Are you saying that RKO doesn't stand for Christian?
Very much so. Therefore, I am going to go with the least wrong answer of the bunch, which is C.
Chat also wants to go C. I'm going to give this a wrong question, I think. Chat GPT, yes. Everyone went C, and the correct answer is C, Rated RKO.
Oh my goodness.
Chat GPT.
Future, ladies and gentlemen. This is like when R.D. Reynolds is on one of the WrestleCrap forums and says, I fact-checked this with Wikipedia, but Wikipedia has declared me dead at least 5 times, so...
we should post this somewhere, actually.
Now,
what current...
Now, here's the problem. We want to get Dr. Dynasty as referral credits, but by doing this, aren't we telling people to stay the hell away from it?
We're advertising it. All right. What current female tag team holds the record for the longest reign as WWE Women's Tag Team Champions? Ooh. Is it A, Sasha Banks and Bayley, B, Alexa Bliss and Nikki Cross, C, the Kabuki Warriors, D, Charlotte Flair and Becky Lynch?
That's a good question, actually. That is a fair question. Let's see here. Sasha Banks and Bayley were the first people to hold the titles. All 4 groups, Banks and Bayley, Bliss and Cross, the Kabuki Warriors, who are Asuka and Kairi Sane, as well, and Flair and Lynch, they've all been tag team champions at some point.
Okay.
But I think the staple of the division, and therefore the answer they want, is C, the Kabuki Warriors.
Okay, you're going Kabuki Warriors.
I certainly am. Chat, help me out here.
To be fair, though, I do not give quizzes like this. I'm just saying. My quizzes at least have correct answers.
I thought the whole point of the astrophysics department was that half the answers were, I don't know, let's go find out.
Yeah, But that means it's hard to be wrong. So you're going with C.
Chat, if you're still
Chat GPT, by the way, disagrees with you.
Do they now?
They do.
Do they say Bliss and Cross? Because that's also
Chat GPT says Banks and Bayley, actually.
Do they?
They do.
Oh.
Does chat want to take a shot at this? Anybody. Let's get pick a letter between A and D. Any letter. You have about as good a chance as getting it right. Mr. Audit's going to vote with ChatGPT and go with Sasha Banks and Bailey. The correct answer, or at least the answer that would be marked. Chat is going with C. So Chat is also going with Kabuki Warriors, which is the correct answer.
Great. Yes. Mm-hmm. So we're right. ChatGPT for once is wrong.
I assume so. I could try to fact check it, but you know.
The good news is, Chat, you still have a 3-point lead on the people who wrote this crap.
And you're almost at the 80%. You're almost back up there. So here we go. All right. And finally, what was the name of the villainous all-female wrestling stable led by Stephanie McMahon? Was it the Horsewomen, the Beautiful People, the Four Horsewomen, or the Riot Squad? Have I stunned him into silence?
Well, let's see here. Now, in case you're wondering why Horsewomen is up there twice.
No, there's Four Horsewomen, and there's just Horsewomen.
Right. The choice A is going to refer to... Okay, Audit, get out. Nope, we're not doing that. Nope, sorry. That's not PG.
This is why it's multiple choice.
The reason there are two entries in there called Horsewomen is that the MMA Horsewomen are Ronda Rousey and friends, whereas the Four Horsewomen of NXT were Charlotte Flair, Becky Lynch, Sasha Banks, and Bailey.
Right.
I bring this.
Wait. Wasn't that more than 4?
No. Why?
I thought I counted 5. Okay, never mind.
Now the thing is, Stephanie McMahon did not lead either of those groups.
Mm-hmm.
That's because neither of those groups were actually a full group in WWE ever. Yet we're getting there, Mr. Audit. None of them had anything to do with Stephanie.
All right. What is Chat going with here?
The Riot Squad absolutely had nothing to do with Stephanie, so I'm going to go with B. I don't remember what B is, but it's the only one that makes any sense.
B is the Beautiful People.
No, I don't want to go with B. I changed my mind because that's not even in WWE. Which means, can we put them down for an incorrect question first?
Again, your options were the Horsewomen, the Beautiful People, the Four Horsewomen, and the Riot Squad, spelled with 2 T's.
No, the Riot Squad with 2 T's is an actual group. That's where Liv Morgan got her start.
Yeah, the Beautiful People does appear to be TNA. Yeah.
Therefore, it's one of the Horsewomen groups. Neither of whom ever wrestled as a group. Neither of whom were really that much associated with Stephanie McMahon.
So Chad is going with the Four Horsewomen.
Well, I'm going to regret talking myself out of this, but sure, why not? Let's go with C as well. At least I'll keep my 1-point lead on Chat.
You're going with C also. Okay. ChatGPT says the correct answer is B, the Beautiful People. While the Beautiful People were a notable faction in TNA, the villainous all-female stable led by Stephanie McMahon was called Team Bella.
Okay, so let me just clarify what ChatGPT said.
Let's not.
Isn't correct at all.
All right. I'm going to mark this as incorrect. The correct answer is the Beautiful People. ChatGPT gets it yet again.
but next question.
Oh, don't worry, they get worse. Question 26. Oh, here we go.
Chat, are you just enjoying that this is what we do in our spare time?
Here we go. Round 6, Royal Rumble recall.
I think I can handle this.
Okay. Oh, really? He thinks he can handle this. I heard him say he thinks he can handle this. Let's
I'm going to
see.
go one step further and bring absolute hell upon myself by saying, what's the dumbest thing they could ask anyway?
Okay. Question 26. Who won the first Royal Rumble match in 1988?
I can tell you now, but give me the choices.
You want the choices. Okay,
Yeah, just to make sure it's there.
Then we're gonna give you the choices. A. Hulk Hogan. B. Macho Man Randy Savage. C. The Ultimate Warrior. D. Andre the Giant.
Okay,
Yeah,
hold on.
now try handling that.
Hold up. So they are correct in saying the first ever Royal Rumble was in 1988.
Yes.
The winner was Hacksaw Jim Duggan. You'll
Yes.
notice that he is not a choice.
Yes.
Guys, when I said what's the worst they could do, that wasn't a challenge. Now, question is, what logic are they applying to this question? Now, a potential answer is Hulk Hogan, because of the four, he's the only one who has ever won a Royal Rumble.
Okay.
It is also possible that they're thinking of a Battle Royal that took place on Saturday night's main event, which was won by Andre the Giant. The Ultimate Warrior, I don't believe, had debuted yet in 1988 with the WWF. He may have.
So you clearly cannot choose the wine in front of him. Sorry.
Right, exactly. Randy Savage did win something in 1988, but it was a tournament at WrestleMania for the title. So, what we're stuck with here is, in what way are they wrong? Given those choices, I'm going to say Randy Savage as somebody who actually won something in 1988.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask you to put an incorrect question mark up there. Up to 11 now.
All right. We'll give you an incorrect. ChatGPT says Hulk Hogan. Chat went Andre. And the correct answer is Randy Savage.
Woohoo! I got it, quote unquote, right.
Yes, you did.
So the story here, Hughesman, Andre did win a Battle Royal. It was at WrestleMania 2, not WrestleMania 1, but yes, it was the first Battle Royal on pay-per-view. As I said when talking through it, Randy Savage won in 1988, but what he won was at WrestleMania for the title. It was not the Royal Rumble, which was won by Jim Duggan in 1988. And Hogan and Warrior is just, I mean, Hogan did win a Royal Rumble, but not until 1990, and Warrior is just wrong.
In many ways.
In many ways. But I get a technical right answer, the best type of right answer.
Yes, you do. And you're still in range of getting to 40. So, you know.
We're trying.
All right. See, you said do my worst. I'm doing my worst.
Yes, I've noticed.
What wrestler holds the record for the longest time spent in a single Royal Rumble match?
Oh.
Is it A. Chris Jericho, B. Rey Mysterio, C. Diesel (parentheses Kevin Nash), D. Kane?
All right. By some miracle, the answer is actually up there. Now, here's where the fun begins. Chris Jericho holds the record for the longest career time in a Royal Rumble, but that's not what they asked, is it?
In a single Royal Rumble match.
Correct. Thank you. Kane has the most eliminations career-wise in the Royal Rumble. Diesel has the most consecutive eliminations in a single Royal Rumble. But the person with the longest time in the ring in a Royal Rumble in 2006 was Rey Mysterio, who entered at number 2, meaning he had to start the match, and finished about 65 minutes later. That is the record for pay-per-view for the Royal Rumble. Now, there was an event in Saudi Arabia that was called a Royal Rumble, but it had 50 men, and we all like to pretend it didn't happen.
So Wikipedia disagrees with you, by the way.
That's because Wikipedia is counting the Saudi Arabia event.
No, it has
They're saying-
2 ahead of Rey Mysterio.
Huh.
It also has Gunther ahead of Rey Mysterio.
That's right. He would have broken the record in 2023. Who's the other one that has Rey Mysterio?
Well,
Daniel Bryan?
Yeah, that one makes sense.
That's the Saudi
However,
event. We don't count that
in
one.
any event, you are going with Rey Mysterio.
Yes.
ChatGPT is going with Rey Mysterio. Chat?
Chat, I suggest you... Yeah.
Chat is going
It's exactly
Mysterio.
wrong.
We're all
Alright.
going Mysterio. The answer, of course, is Diesel.
I'm sorry, what?
Diesel. Kevin Nash.
I don't think Kevin Nash has spent an hour in the ring at one time in his life.
That's probably true.
These questions are free and I still want a refund.
Okay, all right. What unique... Sorry, I'm just going to read the question as written. What unique feat did Shawn Michaels achieve by winning the Royal Rumble match from the number 1 spot? Was he A, the first ever back-to-back winner? B, he won from the number 1 entry position? C, most eliminations in a single Rumble? Or D, oldest Rumble winner?
Well,
which of those did he achieve by winning the Royal Rumble match from the number 1 spot?
Well, obviously. Yeah, That said, the oldest Royal Rumble winner of all time is Vince McMahon in 1999. If you're wondering how Vince McMahon won a Royal Rumble, don't.
Has his quads recovered?
Shawn Michaels did win back-to-back Royal Rumbles, but this would have been the first of the 2, not the second. What was choice C again? Just so I can make
most eliminations in a single Rumble.
That number actually belongs to Roman Reigns in 2014. But since they say this is what he achieved by winning from number 1, he achieved winning from number 1.
Is that your final answer? Okay. It is actually correct. All right.
It's a miracle.
See,
I'm almost doing as well as ChatGPT.
Yes, we're making progress.
I shouldn't brag about that.
Well, yes, and okay.
Yeah.
Next question. I'm just saying, you challenged me. How bad could these get? So, just so we're clear. Who?
They're 3 for 3 on being awful, but go on.
But to be fair, question 28 was in fact correct.
Yes.
Who eliminated themselves from the Royal Rumble match by attempting a signature move over the top rope? Okay, you probably want some choices on this one.
Yeah, although I do have a few ideas. Go on.
Yeah, your ideas are going to change when you hear the options. Was it A, The Undertaker, B, Stone Cold Steve Austin, C, Brock Lesnar, or D, Triple H? I'm struggling to think of any of the 4 as having moves that particularly would be signature involving over the top rope, by the way.
Yeah, me too. Now, here's the thing. There have been people who have eliminated themselves from the Rumble. And in fact, there is someone who performed a signature move from the top rope and therefore eliminated themselves. It was the Mexican legend Mila Mascaras in 1997. You will note he is not a choice. Yeah, no, Hughesman, that is how he won. That's how Austin won the 1998 Rumble, was by giving The Rock a stunner and The Rock flopped over the top rope. This is unfortunately not what they're asking. Now, of the four, the only one I've ever seen do something that involves clearing the top rope is The Undertaker. Which is a surprise to all of you because I'm sure you're trying to figure out what the heck The Undertaker could have done.
I didn't even think you could jump that high.
Oh, he does. There were no. If he gets a running start, he could. If he got a running start in the ring, he could clear the top rope. I will say that at WrestleMania 19, Brock Lesnar attempted a shooting star press and nearly eliminated himself from the gene pool. But I don't think that's what they were going for. So, because all of these answers are wrong, and because the people who wrote this have rocks in their heads,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to say The Undertaker.
You're going to say The Undertaker. And chat looks like
Yes.
they're going with Austin?
Let's say that's what they're going with. I wonder what ChatGPT is thinking.
Is ChatGPT thinking? That's a good question.
You're right. You're right. It doesn't exactly have artificial intelligence.
Okay, oh, could be Triple H. Could he have tried a pedigree and yeah.
But that's not what they're asking. They're not asking if someone tossed them over the top. They're asking if they tossed themselves over the top.
They did. ChatGPT's answer. The correct answer is B, Stone Cold Steve Austin. He famously eliminated himself while attempting a signature move over the top rope during the 1997 Royal Rumble. Which...
He won.
Yes. Well, there is that.
Now, that said, he did go over the top rope at the 1997 Royal Rumble. The thing is, he was sent over the top rope by Bret Hart, and because the referees were dealing with a skirmish at ringside, nobody saw it, and he was allowed to return to the ring. Well, for some definition of allowed.
Yeah.
Okay, Charles. What answer do they want me
The
to
correct
say?
answer is Stone Cold Steve Austin.
No, the answer they want is Stone Cold Steve Austin. Yeah, Chat got it right. Give him a point.
Yeah, ChatGPT got it. Chat got it, you said?
Yeah.
All right. There we go.
21 to 20 to 16.
And finally, your last, thankfully, Royal Rumble question. Which
way,
legendary wrestler holds the record for the most Royal Rumble match appearances?
Ooh.
We probably better give you some options, right?
Now, this is going to be an interesting one.
Is it A, The Undertaker, B, Triple H, C, Shawn Michaels, or D, Randy Orton?
Now, I will say I'm not sure it's any of them. I think.
Let me
Kane
see what
has
the
to be
actual
two.
answer is. Okay, the correct answer apparently is Kane.
That's what I thought. No, I would have thought Kane because they made a big deal about the fact that he was always in the Royal Rumble.
Yes, so the correct answer apparently is Kane, but but we're not going with that because...
So the choices are, what are they? They're Michaels, Orton, Triple H, and who's the other one?
They are, The Undertaker, Triple H, Shawn Michaels, Randy Orton.
Okay. Of those four, I think Orton has been in the most. Triple H would have been in a lot of title matches as opposed to the Rumble itself. The Undertaker near the end of his career was only doing WrestleMania, and that's it. And Shawn Michaels had a 3 or 4 year hiatus that sort of cut away from his time.
Yes.
So while we've established that Kane is the correct answer, and therefore anything I say, and therefore incorrect questions gets another point.
Indeed, it does.
For the sake of argument, let's go with Randy Orton.
Randy Orton. What does chat think? Chat's also going to go Orton. Chat GPT says it's The Undertaker. And the correct answer is Triple H.
No, it isn't. Let's make that perfectly clear. No, it isn't.
Yeah.
So just to point out here, by the way, the authors were 1 for 5 in this category. Let's get on. Moving on.
You did say do your worst.
I regret everything.
All right, round 7, finishing move frenzy. We'll see how frenzied this one ends up being.
We'll see how accurate this one ends up being.
What is the name of the devastating maneuver where a wrestler jumps from the top turnbuckle and drives their elbow into the opponent's chest? Do you want to give it a shot before choices?
Just list the choices. I want to know what they come up.
All right.
I'm actually morbidly curious now.
Is it the people's elbow, the diving elbow drop, the moonsault, or the frog splash?
Well, okay, good. This actually has an answer. I know. What are the odds? First off, the moonsault and the frog splash don't even involve the elbow. At least if you're doing it right.
Is that what I was doing wrong?
Yeah, probably. The people's elbow is indeed an elbow drop, but it is a running elbow drop, not one off the top turnbuckle. Therefore, it has to be the diving elbow drop. Or else the people who write this quiz need to... I don't even have a good answer for what I'm about to say next that could keep us on the air. So, if they don't say diving elbow drop, this whole quiz has not been worth the $0 you paid for.
Pretty much.
I mean, it probably still isn't, but, you know.
All right. What do you think? Does chat want to jump in, or?
I think chat's.
We may have stunned chat into silence on this one by now.
Yeah, I think. Look, I don't blame you guys. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, we may have stunned chat into silence on this one. It is in fact, and Chat GPT also got it right. It is the diving elbow drop. All right. How about what is the name of the submission move where a wrestler applies pressure to their opponent's neck using their legs? Is it A, the sharpshooter, B, the figure 4 leg lock, C, the walls of Jericho, or D, the mandible claw? You heard me.
So that's what I'm afraid of. So they're applying pressure to the opponent's what now? Using their what?
Submission move where a wrestler applies pressure to an opponent's neck using their legs.
That's just a neck scissors. That's not even a finisher. It's like a transition hold.
Is it a sharpshooter, a figure 4 leg lock, a walls of Jericho, or a mandible claw?
I'm going to say figure 4 because it's the only one that is basically leg.
ChatGPT's initial answer was it crashed, which was probably the right answer, but we're going to try again. Yeah, something went wrong generating the response. Okay. ChatGPT, the correct answer is Walls of Jericho. However, to clarify, etc. So if you're looking for a move that targets the net with leg pressure, that would usually be a head scissor or similar maneuver, which isn't in your options. Okay, so this one maybe gets an incorrect. The correct answer, of course, the correct answer, by the way, sharpshooter.
No. No, 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 no.
Okay, next question. What is the name of the high-risk move where a wrestler flips over the top rope and lands on their opponent outside the ring? Is it suicide dive, springboard clothesline, crossbody, or DDT?
Well, of those, there's really only one choice. And we can eliminate the DDT. Pretty straightforward. We can also, well, it could be a crossbody, but it usually isn't. This is somebody who does a flip over the top rope and lands on their opponent on the outside,
Yes.
right?
Yep.
What were the first two choices? There was suicide dive. What was the second choice?
Springboard clothesline.
Okay, forget that. It's got to be a suicide dive. I mean,
all right, we actually got one. All right, you're at 70%. You still could hit 40, but you got to run the table.
This is horrible.
So that brings us to question 34. What is the name of the move where a wrestler grabs their opponent's head and drives it face first into the mat? Is it pedigree, rock bottom, F5, or stunner? Well, this is an easy one, of course.
Well, okay, it's not the rock bottom and it's not the stunner. Here's the irony. If you grab someone by the head and drive them face first to the mat, you have finally gotten the DDT correct.
Yes.
But because that's not what they want, the only one of those where somebody hits the mat face first is the pedigree.
That would have been my answer. That was ChatGPT's answer. The correct answer, of course, is the F5.
You know, it's not fair that you took the under before because you actually got to see the answer.
I tried to tell you how bad these were.
The F5 kind of sort of involves planting someone face first, but you do not grab them by the head. You grab them by everything at once.
Oh, this next one is also wonderful. Finally, to finish our finishing move frenzy, I'm trying to figure out how to answer this one. Well, that gets an incorrect, doesn't it? Yes, that gets an incorrect.
Yeah, I think the previous one got an incorrect.
What is the name of the signature move where a wrestler lifts their opponent and then slams them back onto the mat?
Really?
All right, I'm going to give you some options. I'm not promising the options are going to help you, but let me give you some options. Powerbomb, choke slam, jackknife powerbomb, spine buster.
So, just to be clear, you're being asked to identify the move where an opponent is lifted
and then slammed onto a mat, and they've given you 4 options in which, in various ways,
the opponent is lifted
and then slammed back onto the mat. Yes.
So the answer is all of the above.
I
I believe the correct answer here is to put another mark in the incorrect questions column. You realize that they're batting 500 on writing things?
I'm just saying, ChatGPT got this right.
Yeah, good for them.
All right, what is your answer?
Well, I'll go with the only one that has slam in the name, the choke slam.
I'm sorry, we were going for the power bomb.
Yes, you are sorry, aren't you?
So close. All right, here we go. Round 8. Announcer All Stars. This should be better, right?
That's
How many?
get worse.
How well could we? What could we possibly get the announcers wrong? Who is the legendary WWE announcer known for his booming voice and signature catchphrase, "Let the good times roll"? Is it Mean Gene Okerlund, Howard Finkel, Jim Ross, or Jerry Lawler?
Hmm? um, I don't remember any of them saying "Let the good times roll." You?
Not sure. ChatGPT gives me an answer quite confidently.
Let the good times roll. All right, the guy known for his booming voice was Howard Finkel. The only one who was dorky enough who could say "Let the good times roll" is Mean Gene Okerlund. I'm gonna go with Howard Finkel.
The correct answer. Oh, ChatGPT went with Howard Finkel. The
All right.
correct answer is Jim Ross.
Yeah, we're putting an incorrect mark up there.
What was the nickname of the flamboyant WWE announcer known for his extravagant suits and catchphrases like "wonderful"? Was it the King, the Think, Gorilla, or Bobby Heenan?
So the guy known for his extravagant suits.
I am actually trying to figure out how they came up with
Any of that?
these questions.
Well, it didn't involve research, I'll tell you that.
They did their own research.
Yeah. Okay, so of the four, the one who wore the wildest suits and who managed Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff was Bobby Heenan. So I'm going to guess Bobby Heenan. And then I'm going to go find
ChatGPT's
out.
answer is Bobby Heenan. The answer is, of course, the Think.
No, he didn't. Next question, please.
All right, who is the current voice of Monday Night Raw known for his excitable commentary and catchphrases like "By God"? Is it Michael Cole, Jim Cornette, Jerry Lawler, or Jonathan Coachman?
Do I even have to say how wrong this question is? Now, to be fair, my God is Jim Ross, but he's not a choice.
I know it is.
Now, to be fair, Monday Night Raw, until very recently, probably until after this question was written, was hosted by Michael Cole. So I'm going to say that's the answer.
I'm going to put one in the wrong category preemptively here.
Yes.
The correct answer, by the way, ChatGPT said Michael Cole. Although it did point out that the catchphrase is most famously associated with Jim Ross.
I'll also point out that actually within the last month it changed. The current host of Monday Night Raw is Joe Tessitore.
Aha.
But I will cut them some slack there
Okay.
and say that
All right.
should be Michael Cole.
Well, while you're cutting them some slack, I will tell you that the correct answer is Jonathan Coachman.
You know what? The hell Jonathan Coachman? Like, how do they even put these questions together?
They've got proper grammar and spelling.
Right, which eliminates AI being used, but still.
All right. What was the name of the iconic duo, presumably the names, okay, they got the grammar wrong, who commentated on WCW Monday Nitro, known for their contrasting styles? Was it Vince McMahon and Jerry Lawler, Tony Schiavone and Bobby Heenan, Jim Ross and Jim Cornette, or Bruce Pritchard and Eric Bischoff?
Okay.
This is what they're using as sample questions to convince you that you should use this site where you put up money to play quizzes against people.
Alrighty, so let's be fair here. They did say Nitro. Of those four duos, the only one that worked together in Nitro, and they did work together in Nitro, was Schiavone and Heenan.
Okay. So, therefore, that's what chat's going with. Chat is going with that.
The right answer, because the other options are just stupid.
Chat wants to go with that. Chat is right. As are you. As is ChatGPT. See, we're doing fine. All right. Question 40. Who is the current commentator for All Elite Wrestling, known for his analytical skills and in-depth knowledge of the wrestling industry? This will probably give you some choices. Is it Paul Heyman, Jim Ross, Taz, or Excalibur?
The main commentator for All Elite Wrestling, the only masked commentator I've ever seen, is Excalibur. Now, Jim Ross and Taz do work for AEW. Taz is a color commentator, and Jim Ross is more of a special attraction than anything else. So I'm going to say it is definitely, probably, it better be Excalibur.
Okay, ChatGPT says Excalibur. The answer is Jim Ross.
Has anybody told ChatGPT they can suck a fat one? Your call, man. Your call.
I'll give you a wrong one for it. All right. All right. Fortunately, we've only got 10 to go, and I think these are going to be harder to get too badly wrong.
You think?
Let's find out. What is the name of the iconic theme song synonymous with the entrance of The Undertaker? Is it Real American, Rest in Peace, No Chance in Hell, or The Brood?
Well, that's actually a good question. And I actually have the right answer. Real American is Hulk Hogan. No Chance in Hell is the McMahon family. The Brood is, well, it's The Brood. And while I don't ever remember giving a name to it, Rest in Peace sounds about right, because The Undertaker's theme music is a variant of the Funeral March song.
So you're going Rest in Peace.
It better be.
It is correct! We got one.
No, we've gotten a lot. The authors got one. Give chat credit for that one, too. You skipped them.
I know. What was the name of the electrifying rock band responsible for Stone Cold Steve Austin's theme song, Glass Shatter? Is it Disturbed, Motorhead, Limp Bizkit, or Drowning Pool?
Ah, now this is an interesting question because most themes for the WF are in-house. However, there was a time when they would sort of, when they would export them to uh, other rock bands and ask them to do covers of them. And in that time, there actually was a Stone Cold Steve Austin theme that was covered or sampled or whatever you want to call it, and it was by the band Disturbed.
You're going with A.
Yes.
Chat GPT agrees with you. It is correct.
Yeah, now that's actually a good question.
See, we're making progress here. All right. What is the name of the giant video screen at the entrance to the ring used to showcase wrestler entrances? Apologies for the awful grammar. Is it the main event, the Titantron, the WrestleMania sign, or the Superstars of Wrestling?
Well, the WrestleMania sign is not usually over the entrance. However, it basically appears from about New Year's to WrestleMania and exists to get pointed at 50,000 times.
I mean, to be
On the
fair,
Royal Rumble
it is the most powerful setup move in the business.
Pointing at the WrestleMania sign, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, it is. But this is clearly the Titantron because the WWF was the first company to make use of entrance videos that way, and the WWF's original holding company was Titan Sports, so they called it the Titantron.
Correct. See, we're doing good here. We've got 3 good ones in a row. We're on a roll. And oh dear.
Yes.
What was the name of the infamous Montreal Screwjob incident where Bret Hart's WWE Championship win was controversially reversed? Which is a funny, all right. Was it the MSG incident, the Montreal Screwjob, the Survivor Series slaughter, or the SummerSlam swerve?
So let me get this straight. We're being asked for
which of these is the name of the Montreal Screwjob? Yes.
Yes. I think it's the Montreal Screwjob, but don't quote me on that.
Correct.
Meanwhile, in the chat, they're saying, "Oh, look at this! They're on a category for questions, and it's gone."
Yeah.
Next.
What is the name of the annual award show held by WWE to recognize the best in professional wrestling? Is it the Slammy Awards, the Hall of Fame ceremony, the WrestleMania Access, or the Royal Rumble Night? Now, I note that at least 2 of those very much count, but...
So this is, what's the name of the show where they acknowledge the best in wrestling?
The annual award show. Is it the Slammy Awards, the Hall of Fame ceremony, the WrestleMania Access, with 2 X's, or the Royal Rumble Night?
Well, I'm going to have to ask whether this question is sarcastic or not. There's probably an answer to this, but it's really poorly worded. Because if we're going with legitimately the award show where people are recognized, they award people with entry into the Hall of Fame. But I'm pretty sure that's not what they're going for. The in-universe, controlled by story answer is the Slammy Awards. So I'm betting they want us to say Slammy Awards.
Okay. ChatGPT is going with Slammy Awards. Correct answer is the Slammy Awards.
Okay, they actually got that one right. Give the authors credit for that one.
All right. See, look at this. The authors are batting over 50% here. I mean, it's pretty good.
Well, I mean, I need to get all 5 of the next. I have to get the remaining 5 wrong, and they need to know what they're doing for us to end in a tie. So there's that.
Well, that's true, but and to be fair, it's going to be hard to be too far off on this because the last 5 questions are simply true or false.
Oh, it's a miracle.
So we couldn't be too far off here, right?
You'd think. You would think.
All right. True or false? Wrestlers Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant were related in real life.
Very, very, very false. Like, not
Very
even on the
false.
same page. Yeah, false.
he's
Extremely
going.
false.
He's going with very false.
I am.
Is that like strenuously objecting?
Indeed.
I think that's how it works. But in any event, yes, you are going with shockingly false. Why did that not?
Wait, you need to look the answer up?
No, something else broke in the streaming thing. ChatGPT also agrees that it is false. The correct answer is false.
It's a miracle. All right, put the numbers on the board.
All right. True or false? WWE stands for World Wrestling Entertainment.
Last I checked, it did. So I'm going to say true on that one.
ChatGPT says true. And it is true. See, we're doing well here. All these questions are just fine. I don't know what you're talking about. If you only showed up for the last 10, you'd be fine. All right. True or false? Ric Flair has won a record 16 world championships throughout his career.
Well,
Yes, I know we had a question about this earlier.
yeah. Well, in that case, it's true because they've said it's true earlier in the quiz. And also, it is true. It is a record. Well, it's tied for the record, but we'll say it's a record anyway because that's close enough. Tie is good enough. So we'll say it's true.
Next, you're going to tell me Princeton doesn't have the most NCAA football championships.
Nobody does. There are no NCAA football championships.
I don't know. We got the most flags flying. All right. You're correct. As is ChatGPT.
Yes, I've also seen what Princeton's offensive line does. You do have the most flags flying.
True or false? Lucha Libre masks are traditionally never removed, even outside of the ring.
Actually true. The mask is held sacred. You do not unmask yourself voluntarily in public.
Okay, chat is going true. ChatGPT says true. The answer is false.
Sure about that one, Chief?
It says while some wrestlers keep their mask a closely guarded secret, they can be removed in certain situations.
Okay. That is a cheap-ass question, Rick. Because wrestlers do not remove their masks. They get them removed by other people. He's thinking about it.
All right, what do we think? Is that an incorrect question or just a tough one?
I think it's a poorly worded question. Because if they wanted to make a point that wrestlers could lose their masks, they should have put it that way.
That's true. All right. Final question. True or false? The first ever televised wrestling match took place in the United States.
Wow. Okay, this is a hard one. I'm not sure. This one is actually beyond what I think, so I'm going to have to guess.
All right.
I think it is false because I think the first televised wrestling match took place in Japan.
Okay. What does chat think? Chat GPT says, true. The first ever televised wrestling match took place in the United States on May 17th, 1947.
Okay. Well, I'll gladly say I was wrong on this one, as opposed to, the quiz being wrong for once.
However, Wikipedia says false. It was in England in 1938.
Yeah.
That's what it says. Just,
Okay. Well, it doesn't matter. They didn't ask me to come up with the right answer. They just asked me to see if it was true or false.
It is. So, therefore, ChatGPT is wrong, but you are correct. So what are our final scores here?
Final score is me 33, the author's 29. So take that for what you will.
And ChatGPT started a little late, but about the same percentage you did. In chat, yeah, all right. By the way, if anyone's interested, I'll put the link in chat if anyone wants to play with these.
If this demonstration has convinced you, you want to pay money for the information you have seen, given this as a sample size.
I'm just saying, if you thought I was making up how bad these are, here you go. Them's your questions.
How spectacularly wrong could they be?
Yeah. Well, just saying. I assume some of the questions are better than that. No, I mean the ones I saw on stream were better than that. So maybe they're better vetted.
I don't see how they could be worse vetted.
That's true. I should see if there are any other interesting categories in here. But yeah, that
Boy.
I think they may want to vet these a little bit more, possibly.
No, excuse me, they don't need sponsorship money for research. They need sponsorship money for, tranquilizer darts for whoever wrote these questions.
Okay, I assume most of them must be better than this, right?
As I have said several times, I couldn't see them being much worse.
I should look for another category.
No. Well,
hold on. Uncover fascinating baseball trivia facts. Do I want this? I probably don't want this, do I?
Send me the link and I'll test you this time.
Here, I'll send you the link if you see a good one. I'll send you the link on. You don't have to pick sports. I guess there are other categories too. But
we will see. I will. There's sports, Olympics.
Assuming they're fair, they may not be fair.
Why? You didn't let that stop you.
No, I'm saying you should pick if you know, the unfair ones are more fun, clearly. Otherwise, it's just a trivia, challenge, right?
Right.
Although you've seen how good I am with,
Unfortunately,
although you know how good I am with flags.
indeed. So, unfortunately, these all seem pretty straightforward.
Huh. So you think it's just their wrestling sources that were like poorly vetted?
Probably.
Well, okay, actually, this is a bit of a problem. I was just looking at challenge yourself with this world capitals quiz,
Yeah.
most of which are straightforward, and then one of them is which city is the capital of South Africa?
Let's face it, Sporkle they ain't.
Well, there are several problems here, one of which is that there are 3 valid answers. But the other
next of which is,
yes?
let me guess, they said Johannesburg, which is not one of the 3 answers.
No. Which city is the capital of South Africa? A. Cape Town. B. Johannesburg. C. Nairobi. D. Accra. Followed by the correct answer is Pretoria.
Hang on, what? But that they didn't give that.
This is in fact true.
Oh my gosh. Charles,
Yeah.
I think this is a good time for me to hop off because I'm not the out of the park expert. You go have fun with
All
the
right.
cards.
I think with this I should go take a shot at doing some cards, huh?
Yes,
Because
please,
the cards can't possibly be worse than Oh boy. All right. That sounds fair. All right. Why don't I do some cards? I'll let you get
thanks
going.
everyone for having me, and thanks for playing along.
Yeah, thanks for coming. That was something.
That was one of the quizzes of all time.
That quiz was about as good as the TWIP draft we usually do on stream.
Yes. Now, if you'll excuse me, I am going to go find a steel chair. Bye, everyone.
Wait. I'm from Philly. I'm from Philly. You want a hand?
For those who don't understand the joke, in 1995, at a show in Philadelphia, Terry Funk yelled out to the crowd, "Somebody give me their chair!" And the entire crowd did.
I can find a one sec.
It is incredible. Like, about everyone at ECW, all like 200 or 300 of them or more, throw their chairs in the direction of the ring.
Okay, now, but to be fair, it's Philly. What did you expect? I mean,
yeah, when Mick Foley talked about it in his book, he said the same thing.
Like,
now, the best part of this is that at one point, somebody gets on the PA system and says, "Stop throwing chairs into the ring!" And immediately after he says that, you see a plastic trash can get launched into the ring. Folks, Philadelphians even riot sarcastically.
Yeah, well, it's what we do.
Have fun.
Look, are you telling me you don't build jails into your football stadiums?
Not yet. Go have fun. I'll catch you later. Bye, everybody.
All right. Thanks a lot. Thanks for coming. All right. So, we should probably look at a few cards, right? Unless anyone else wants to jump on, happy to have another guest host. It's always more fun with someone else on the call. But I guess, yeah, maybe we should try to quickly look at some cards. I mean, I don't know. Were there any things people particularly wanted to go over with cards this week? I can try to run through them pretty quickly. Let me Let me grab a fresh copy of everything as well. All right, yeah. Should we try to run through the cards? I mean, I know at least the T4 cards, I guess, were rated officially this week, right? So, there's some basis for comparison. But I guess I can take a shot at running a model on some of them as well. All right. Well, why don't I take a quick shot at it? This will probably be a bit shorter without kind of a second person to discuss stuff with. But I'll try to take a quick shot and go through what we got. So, let's see here. I can bring up Sorrento. Because I misspelled Sorrento. Oh, so he's been around, I guess, for a little while, right? All right. So yeah. So looking at the card, I guess this must have been from kind of one of the weeks when I was moving. So all right. So yeah, taking a quick look at Sorrento. All right. Well, clearly, much better versus righties. So one of the big issues is going to be, is it worth kind of a platoon spot? And that means he's pretty much got to be like your best VR bat, really, for that to be close to worth it, I would think. So I guess base, I do have him in modern as, well, not quite the best VR bat. He's behind, for example, Lamb by a little bit, but probably the best level 5 combinator. So from that point of view, it's at least worth thinking about. I think the problem is, even at a high level, this card's going to be just completely unplayable versus lefties. So I guess the question you're going to have is, can you find a way to put him on a roster where he really never faces a lefty? And, for catchers, we had a similar thing with the Bronze Mauer, and that was, that was hard enough, but maybe even harder with catcher because you sort of can't pinch hit. Because unless you have a third catcher on the roster, things are just going to end up breaking. On the other hand, at first base, you probably can just pinch hit all the time. So I guess there's room for him. I don't think I'd really find a spot for him with any kind of real roster construction the more I think about it. I think it just ends up failing because, he doesn't really play the field either. I mean, he technically plays first base, but basically it's a DH one way, and it's just hard to find modern roster construction there. So I think, maybe somewhere around 75 to 80, something where you're going to have about 16 position players. I think maybe you could then make that work. Yeah, something like that. But otherwise, I think it's probably going to be rough, would be my guess. So yeah, Ichiro's tricky though, because Ichiro is only sort of a two-way player. So the problem with Ichiro is, at base, he's not really quite a two-way player. At level 5, there's still a decent chance that you actually want to start him in the field. But one of the problems is that you can have a two-way player that's a starting pitcher and a position player, but you can't actually have a two-way player that's a reliever and a position player, because if they get in the game as a position player, they can't switch to a reliever. And vice versa. So Ichiro is kind of like half a roster spot. but he's not really a full two-way player. So I think it's tough to make it work. I think I'd want to only try to make it work a little bit earlier. But isn't there a daily iron set? Is it 70 to 99, or that's the bronze, right? Which is there's a period specific iron also, isn't there? Or am I? Okay, yeah. So he's in this 80 to 2023. Which is set in 1986. So I think that actually might be a pretty good spot for him, because probably you can get away with the extra roster spot, and so then it's probably a pretty good fit, would be my guess. I think modern feels a bit tougher to me. Or at least that's the best guess. So I might as well sign up for stuff while I'm looking at this. Yeah, hopefully that makes, yeah, again, please feel free to jump in, because this is always tougher to kind of figure out, which things people are interested in without a second person in the booth. So, all right, why don't we go through? So we got Brian, where is it? Brian Clutterbuck. Here, I'll pull up the card. All right, Brian Clutterbuck. So really splitty reliever, and by eye, I mean, I would think versus righties he'll, actually even versus righties. Yeah, I mean he's certainly fine versus righties, but it's not clear that versus righties he's quite going to be enough. Let me see where it happens to actually run him. Okay, yeah, so I do have him as kind of the top iron option as a reliever versus righties, which makes sense given all the ratings points here. If you really think you can get the typical iron fit, where he very rarely faces, there just aren't a ton of lefties in iron at the moment. So he is, if he just kind of faces like a random part of the lineup, he is going to get enough righties to be okay. But the problem is that if you try to run him in a high leverage spot where teams are encouraged to pinch hit, he really is, where is he? Yeah, about 60th or 70th or something. I mean, he's really a run worse than kind of your typical decent options versus lefties. So you just really desperately never want to let him face a lefty. And so my guess is that means he just ends up being unplayable. Clutterbuck, I mean. Yeah, so I think it's probably an F, but it's an interesting card. It's not like a mistake to print. It just, I think I have a hard time figuring out how to make it work. I'd have an easier time making this work in a situation where you could have single single batter appearances, because maybe there's room for a righty matchup option there in the middle innings if there are enough spaces on the roster. All right, what do we got here? Why don't I make the names a little bigger? Yeah. All right, Roger Peckinpah. Okay, so you're getting 104 range, 100 turn double play, so you're getting an incredible defensive shortstop with actually some version of a bat at the iron level. He's not combinator eligible, and so that's going to end up presenting a real problem, kind of at the high end, right? So base, not too surprisingly, base, this card is going to be, by a fair margin, the best shortstop in iron. I guess VL, even base, he's probably behind Iglesias. The problem is that at Iron right now, sort of all of the top cards, all of the top teams really are running a full combi roster. And this card is still going to be behind a level 5 version of kind of your top. Well, certainly Iglesias, VL is going to be behind a level 5 Berra, probably, Iglesias, Punto, maybe Dente. So there are just too many cards that he's behind at level 5. At base, this is an interesting option, and I guess there are a handful of Iron formats which are limited. So probably because of the combi limits, that means the card's really not an F. There is kind of some reason for it, so probably it's a D. If this card were Combinator eligible, then this is like an S or S+. But just the fact that he's going to be 5 level, well, really you have to think it's not 5 levels, it's 6 levels behind, because even a level 0 Combinator is actually a level of boost over the base card, right? So this card is going to be 6 levels behind all of its competitors, and it's just not a full 6 levels ahead. All right, what do we got? Mike Fires. Again, please feel free to ask questions and stuff as these go. Otherwise, I'll just go through them pretty quickly since there isn't, kind of a second opinion in here. So it means there ends up not being as much to discuss. Okay, so Fires, let's see, we got a righty with reverse splits, which I'm always going to like. 59 stamina for an extreme fly ball guy. I guess he'll be reasonably efficient with pitches with that control, though. So that's not too bad. Yeah, so I guess he is a starter. Decent hold runners for a righty. And the points he's got are really in the right place for an Iron pitcher. So, yeah, given that at base, where do I have him? At base, I've got him, around 4th out of base starting pitchers. And then, of course, he is Combinator eligible. Note that, at least as far as we know, even at high level as a Combinator, you're not getting a boost to the stamina. So, you may get him to kind of get through an extra batter or two just because of the higher skill. But you're still running a guy with 59 stamina, and there are a bunch of other low stamina starters at the top end in Iron. So if you run enough of them, you might need a 13th pitcher. But I think this is kind of what you expect, right? That everybody in Iron has some kind of flaw, and the ones that are going to be the most efficient pitchers are going to tend to be sort of pitchers where the flaw is stamina. So that's maybe not too surprising. So I would think this is a card that you want to take a look at pretty seriously if you're an Iron. Especially with the reverse splits, which means that he can kind of hang in there against most of the lineup constructions you'll see. Let's see, I guess he doesn't convert, even with the reverse splits, sort of with these 3 pitches, you're maybe not getting so much out of a conversion to the pen. Is he top 5 starters at level 5? Let me see. So I still think Bill Bailey's going to end up pretty playable there. So I think it'll be Bailey, Britton, Scherzer, Wise, Fires, and Short would sort of be number 6, but is kind of close enough that as a lefty, you may be pretty interested in having the lefty available. So like Short or even Moyer, might be interesting once you get the lefties in there, especially if you don't want to trust a card like Bill Bailey. So I think some combination there. And then, I guess that, and then of those, again, enough of them are low stamina. So Britton, for example, you might not really want to consider a starter, right? He's probably going to be borderline. Scherzer's 52 stamina. So that's where I think a few other cards are going to end up jumping in. Yeah, so Fires, probably like a solid B. I think this is a card that you want in your rotation. He's not so far ahead of everything else, that he's a must-have. With the low stamina, he does come with some set of drawbacks, but he's a clear upgrade over, kind of the back end of your rotation right now if you get him. All right. So we're up to bronze and Mike McFarlane. All right. So that's a funny defensive shape. So he's got this huge blocking. Why does this card have a last 10 of 45K? That's a lot, isn't it? Oh, because I'm in the Combinator card shop. That I was going to say. Sorry about that. Yeah. So you got the 109 blocking. So it's kind of a funny shape for a glove. He's not really going to play like a 102 catcher. It's probably going to be, a bit worse than that. Let's see. There is a low bronze, but I would think even in the low bronze, he's going to be behind some of the recent releases, isn't he? Like, for example, or I should just run the model before I. But I would have thought that like Gruby and Fleet Walker and so forth just are a fair bit ahead of this card. Right, like Gruby, not Gruber, sorry. Gruby, you have the 106 framing, so even though the catcher rating says 100 instead of 102, Gruby's a much better defensive catcher, and there's just a lot more bat here. So I would think this is going to be pretty far ahead. Fleet Walker should be up there. Yeah, I think so. So, yeah, McFarlane I do have ranked about 5th each way in low bronze. So, a level 5 version of McFarlane is starting to be competitive. But actually, he's far enough behind Gruby that even level 5, Gruby might be better. I mean, I think this is just going to be an F. I don't think there's a good way to play him. Maybe like in a narrow era specific tournament. So like in the bronze 70 to 99. Who's in that? Well, Bruce Benedict, I guess, is 1981. Okay, yeah, so in a bronze 70 to 99, oh, but that's full bronze. So then you have to deal with all of the bronzes, not just the low bronze. Right. Okay, so no, he still doesn't quite play then. But it's at least closer. All right, so it's probably just an F then. Yeah. Benedict's going to be better as well. The low bronze is I actually don't remember what the environment is exactly, but if you make it a little bit earlier, Benedict also just has a much better bat, as do kind of the others. All right, and then we also have Otis Nixon, huh? Let's see, Otis Nixon. Well, that's a lot of blue. No power, but that's kind of the Otis Nixon we remember. You're getting 104 range and 38 arm. So it is actually a pretty good shape. It's a better shape for a left fielder than a center fielder. But, I guess if you are going to be missing one of arm or range, certainly, arm is the one to be missing in center. You're getting a lot of base running out of the card as well. So, yeah, I would expect this to be a pretty playable center fielder, at least versus lefties. Versus righties, the splits don't look that big because there's not so much of a color change. But this is actually a pretty significant split. So that even though he's a switch hitter, yeah, okay, that's what the model says also. So this is kind of your top option versus lefties. Versus righties, well, base he's behind the LE Bill Bean, as well as even just like Kelly Johnson and Matty Alou's bats probably beat him. Maybe even Billy Hamilton's bat. Like, it's a pretty big difference with the bat. In left, and then in center it's kind of closer, right? Really, Bill Bean, Paul O'Neill, Deion Sanders, maybe, but the first two of those are LEs. So a high-level combinator version of this card probably does jump ahead. It's also worth noting that, as a combinator version, kind of all of these blue ratings are getting better, right? So this is a card that actually benefits sort of more from being a combinator than a bunch of the alternatives. So yeah, actually at high level, this is probably going to be a pretty good center fielder. So he does play 3 positions. So yeah, exactly. Singles that steal you into doubles, exactly. He also does play 3 positions, but you really don't want him playing right field with that arm. Like that's one that may even start to hurt your team a little bit. So you have to be careful a little bit how you use him. I think he's really a left fielder who can play center. But yeah, good card overall. So yeah, probably. I don't think he's playing up into full bronze. Then he's just running into a few more strong cards. So it's sort of a low bronze card. Yeah, it's probably about a B. And if you don't have these LEs, then it's maybe a pretty useful card to have. All right. And that brings us to full bronze. So it goes much quicker when there isn't a second person to kind of help me with my blind spots. Unfortunately, it means there isn't a second person to help me with my blind spots. But, we'll do the best we can here. So, what do we got? Scott Baker. So this, I guess, is this other mission reward. Huh. That, one sec. Because I'm on the regular card shop again. Well, that is a ton of rating points in good places. Okay, so certainly at base, this is an absolute S+ that not only is the best starter in bronze, but plays up significantly. I've got him as about 0.3 runs better than anything else in bronze. And, slightly splitty, I guess, but even versus lefties, I mean, this is great for a bronze at this point in the cycle. So that's all going to be wonderful. Now, as a mission card, you cannot get a combinator version of Scott Baker. So, but the thing is, even at level 5, I've got this as, playing against the other level 5 just because of how far ahead this card is in bronze. I mean, this card is basically further ahead in bronze when it's printed than a card like Chris Archer was in silver when it was printed. And so, and so with that in mind, I think this is at least an A+. Maybe this is even like an S or an S-, even though you can't get a combinator version of it, just because of how overpowered it is. Yeah, I think it probably is. Let's give it an S. It's just a really overpowered card for bronze right now. And the more that you have, sort of bronze formats with things like a combinator limit, the more powerful a card like this becomes. Okay, is it worth the L10 if you don't have the points to complete the missions? Well, that depends what else you have in bronze. So in general, it's hard to go too badly wrong paying 4,000 or something for a bronze starter like that. It is the case that you know you're still going to be up against teams that have a large number of combinators in all of these formats. And because you're up against all of these combinators, if you're one of the teams investing in the combinators, it's definitely worth kind of adding a card which should be mixed in with a combinator team because of how good it is. If you're at a point where you're sort of all of the combinator cards behind, and so even in, like, I think one of the daily formats is at a 5 or 6 combinator limit, I forget which, but I think there's a bronze cap that's maybe a 6 combinator limit. If you're in a format like that, but you're not maxed out, so you're still kind of 15 wins behind, it's not completely clear that paying 4,000 points quite comes back, but it is good enough that I think you would still. I mean, if you're going to run it for 4,000 points, I would tend to do it. 4,000 points in the scheme of things is, for example, less than you get from watching an affiliate stream and picking up your 5 packs. So that's maybe not so hard to get, even for a team that's really on a budget. And let me see how hard the missions are. I mean, I know I haven't finished those missions. So what does this need? Okay, it needs pitchers 1, which is 30 out of 30. And it needs pitchers 2, which is, let me see. Pitchers 2 was a bit easier because it wasn't all out of all, but it had some higher level cards. So yeah, this looks like it's a mission that costs maybe 40 or 50K. Yeah, I think if you were going for the card and you didn't need the other cards in these missions, probably buying the card makes sense. There are 1 or 2 other cards in these missions that are probably worth thinking about. I don't know if it's enough to finish the mission, but I think the one that makes it more difficult is this Pitchers 1, which is really a buy every single card. No, I guess most of these are cheap. Like, for example, I don't think I'm going to pay 9,000 points for Historical Iron to get this card now, as opposed to pay, if I really want the card, pay 4,000 points now and wait for Clutterbuck's price to come down because it's an iron and there are going to be a lot of copies printed. In 2 or 3 days, he'll be more than 4,000 points cheaper. So if I don't need Clutterbuck immediately, yeah, I think I'd probably just buy the card directly. So, Mr. Odd, is it nest with the stamina? I think part of the thinking is that the stamina is not going to hurt you so much. Let me pull up Baker again. Actually, I realize that's the way I should be doing this. I can do them from here, right? So despite the stamina, he is going to be a starter, not a borderline starter, which is important. And I think the reason that I'm not as worried about that is if you look at the formats for bronze. So for example, the bronze cap, where I think it would make sense to run him with his combi limit, that's 1991. So you're probably getting an extra inning to an inning and a half even, which means he's now sort of okay with that stamina. If you're thinking about using him, does he fit the bronze era cap? He's too late for the bronze era cap, right? This is 99. But yeah, for the bronze cap, I don't think it's a problem. If you're using him in like a bronze double elimination, which reminds me, I haven't touched my bronze team in, I probably should update that at some point, but if I were going to run him in that, because of the double elimination format, if you're just sort of trying to grab packs, you're hoping to build up off days, and if you do well, you're likely to get off days. So again, you're actually fine with somebody that you're going to get out of there, after close to 18 batters. So I think I'm okay with the stamina. Yeah, but yeah, I think exactly. I don't think I'd pay 9,000 for Clutterbuck as opposed to paying, whatever smaller number and waiting. All right, what do we got next here? Dave Hollins. Oh, Dave Hollins in Seattle, huh? Here, I'll jump into bronze while I haven't updated the roster. Dave Hollins in Seattle. So I remember Hollins really well as a Philly, and the main thing I remember about Dave Hollins was that for some reason he just absolutely crushed Butch Henry. Let me see if I can find the numbers, but it was something like truly ridiculous. I should be able to find the numbers somewhere. Okay, here we go. Dave Hollins' career versus Butch Henry, 15 for 23, 3 doubles, 6 homers, another 2 walks, 22.32 OPS. And a hit by pitch. So yeah, just for whatever reason, absolutely crushed Butch Henry. But I guess this is not. So this is Hollins in Seattle. So that must be later in his career. Still continuing to mash lefties like Butch Henry, though. Yeah, still continuing to mash some lefties. But yeah, if he has those numbers, absolutely. Okay. He's also a huge defensive third baseman here. So now that Izadafo is no longer on the call, we can actually... shouldn't say it that way. I think Izadafo was pretty much correct on the third base defense thing. Okay. So this is like by far absolutely nowhere close the, best third baseman versus lefties. He's not the best option versus righties. Even with that glove, the bat's just a fair bit behind. Like the bat is about a Connie Day level bat versus righties. So there are, cards like Larry Gardner, Jeff Branson. If you wanted to play Tommy Butts at third, you probably could. So there are cards that are going to beat him versus righties. So it's really this big versus lefties bat that's kind of the important thing. It's also not a good enough bat versus lefties to. It's also not a good enough bat versus lefties really to just carry him as a DH because it's still behind, like Richie Zisk or a card like that. Or at the base level, it's still going to be, behind Bagwell, behind Hammonds. So I think you have to think about this as a third baseman where I think you are happy to carry him on a roster because he's certainly playable versus righties. He's just not your ideal starter. So he's probably a platoon card that kind of makes a roster pretty easily. Yeah, it is a lot of eye. It is a lot of defense. But it's not enough for the rest of the bat to quite start, I think, is the problem. So I think he should be on your bronze roster, but it's probably more like a C, something like that. If you can certainly construct a roster missing Hollins and be okay. And I think the other thing to think about is if you look at your current bronze starters, it's not a very left-handed setup. You might see Hap. You're still going to see some Splittorfs in a lot of formats just because he's ubiquitous, but there aren't a lot of righties that have come in recently. You'll see some C.J. Wilsons if people invested in Wilson still. You might even see like a level 5, Iron Moyer still. But yeah, you're not going to see a ton of lefties in bronze. And so I think for that reason, it's a little bit less critical. All right, and then we got Clemente. So we went and decided to give everybody a free Clemente for Clemente Day, which is nice. And the card we gave as a tribute is this. This is just not a great card. He's going to get singles and doubles. And he's got a glove in right, but it's a single position card. Yeah, I'm kind of puzzled by the decision to do it this way, because if you've got like the limited edition Bean or O'Neill or something like that, you're probably running them instead, even at base. And then as a combinator, he's behind Jones, Singer, Kelly Johnson. Probably even run that Otis Nixon or Billy Hamilton over him as a combinator. Yeah, Eric Burns, Andrew Jones, George Altman. I'm kind of puzzled by this one. I think if the idea was let's celebrate Clemente and give a card away, I would have wanted to give a card away that people are going to enjoy playing, especially that, with the attention that's been given to the card art and stuff like that. I suppose, let's see, is there a format where this card plays? No, he doesn't play the 70 to 99. Can't think of a format where this card's gonna break into a well-constructed bronze team. I think it's just an F. Yeah. All right. Tim Salmon. So let's see. Another right field only card, which again makes it hard. I mean, we just talked about Clemente, so this card is behind Clemente, but you can at least find a combinator version of him. The problem is even the combinator version isn't going to be all that competitive VR, so it's really only a verse lefty right field option. Okay, so that isn't going to work at all, right? I mean, it's just there aren't enough lefties in bronze to begin with, and it's a single position weak side of the platoon card, so that's going to be unplayable. Could you play him in the 70 to 99? Well, he does fit there, right? It's a 1999 player. Well, Andrew Jones is going to be ahead, but I guess maybe you're running Andrew Jones in center for that format. No, you're probably running Grissom in center and Andrew Jones in right for that format. And in that case, Salmon again is unplayable, right? Yeah, Mr. Audit, 1870 format, you'd play Roberto Clemente for sure, yeah. I would love to see them bring back one of those. Okay, yeah, I don't think there's a way to make Salmon work. So, all right, let's look at the silvers. And Frank Killen. All right, where's Killen? I think I found it. All right, so he's got a big home run suppression. This is actually a similar shape, I guess, to the Killen that we've had for the past couple years, but it's a better shape this year than last year with the PBABIP, right? I'm not sure it has enough ratings points, though. Like, it feels like it's just behind way too much. Yeah, even just versus lefties, I've got this as the 15th best silver option at base. And it's behind cards that are significantly older. And even if you're just looking at like a flat 70 floor, I mean, Jumbo Elliott's way ahead of this card. And Jumbo Elliott's also got a ton of stamina. And, I mean, just a ton more ratings points on this card, right? I mean, yeah, Killen, that's just an F minus. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of confused because I thought the idea of the T4 is that usually, like, there's a use case for the card. And I guess I don't quite see what the intent was on Killen. I'm probably just missing a format if someone can think of one. But I kind of can't see the thing that he's best at. It just looks like it's a Jumbo Elliott missing a ton of ratings points. All right, Mike Mitchell. So, really good defensive outfielder. So I guess that means maybe he's sort of a competition, especially with that VL bat. Yeah, so I guess really he's competition for a card like Mike Cameron. And this bat's a little bit ahead of Cameron's probably. Cameron's glove is going to be a bit better. And there's also kind of some base running on this card, which is worth it, and a little bit of bunt for hit. So I think this is actually going to grade out pretty similarly to a card like Cameron, it looks like. Except that this card also plays left. And more importantly, this is 8 points cheaper. So it's going to be a significant advantage in a cap. So this feels to me like it's going to end up actually being a pretty important part of roster construction for a while. It's still obviously much better versus lefties. It's really sort of a backup and then the weak side of the platoon. And so for that reason, yeah, it's probably, more like a B or something than anything else. If you flip the righty and lefty, then this would be kind of an S. But this feels like the kind of card actually. Yeah, I'm curious if people have picked up on it. I've sort of stopped with the combinator buying. But if I were still investing in combinators, I think this is one I'd be looking at fairly heavily for a couple of reasons. One, he's sort of just borderline playable versus righties because of just how good that glove is. And so he becomes a lot more survivable at high level. But the other is this is a card that if a few lefties get introduced suddenly, just becomes immensely more valuable. And so this actually is a card that could be more valuable 2 or 3 weeks from now than on release. It's kind of the rare card where that's true. And so I think for that reason, this is one I'd be thinking pretty hard about. Yeah, so Brian Jordan, I mean, the problem with Brian Jordan is, here, let me find Jordan for comparison. Oh, do I have both the cards? If I have both the cards, and okay, no, I don't have Mike Mitchell, so I can't actually show you the comparison. Or you know what? For the purpose of the stream and all, just to be able to show you the comparison, let's do it. for science and all that, right? All right, so what do we want? We want so we wanted to compare what Mitchell and Brian Jordan, right? So you're paying, remember you're also paying an extra 6 points for Jordan here. So here's kind of what the comparison looks like. First in terms of the bat, and yeah, as you point out, there are a lot of similarities in the shape. Jordan has this much higher BABIP though, and lower avoid K, which means as you go to early eras, Jordan's bat's going to improve a fair bit as the strikeouts go down. Mitchell's really isn't. But modern, I mean, if you look at, for example, these bats versus right, they're really, really similar. Because you should think about the contact rating kind of as a composite of like the avoid K and the BABIP in some sense. I mean, given that the other ratings are identical, I mean. So yeah, Jordan's bat's probably going to be just a tick better. You actually are getting a pretty significant upgrade with the base running in Mitchell, because these extra few points actually make a pretty big difference in terms of the ability to actually steal bases. And then Jordan has an extra 5 points of range. Yeah, actually, Jordan, now I'm confused. When I do that comparison, I would have expected Jordan to grade out a bit better than Mitchell. Why is Jordan not grading out better than Mitchell? Okay. Okay, I see why Jordan's not grading out better than Mitchell now. So the reason Jordan's not grading out better than Mitchell is that if you look at the silver meta right now, essentially what the model I've got is projecting is that we're going to see a lot of very stuff-heavy starting pitchers. You're going to see a lot of Chris Archer, Jumbo Elliott types who have a ton of stuff, and therefore that's really going to be dragging Jordan down relative to Mitchell. And the moment you go to an earlier era, or even just sort of a less stuff-heavy sample of pitchers, that's where Mitchell is going to fall behind. So, yeah, I think actually probably Jordan is maybe the more useful, like, long-term option for that reason. But yeah, they're quite close, and of course, remember that Mitchell also, Mitchell is a low silver card, and Jordan is not. And that certainly makes a difference, right? So I think when you consider that you're getting a card like that, so maybe, okay, no, and the B's probably about right, given that it's low silver. All right, and how about Wally Shang? Well, it's not a good sign that I can't find Wally Shang anywhere in my rankings list, is it? But we will take a look at why. Oh, yes. So, problem is Wally Shang is a catcher that really can't catch. So in modern era, he's going to be nowhere close. Early eras with that arm, I guess the problem is the bat's not going to be great. So in an early era, you'd much rather just bat a card like Petway or Warner, Fleet Walker, Frank Gruby. The arm's going to be useful defensively at that point, but then the bat ends up behind. Yeah, so I think he just gets squeezed out in an early era by the bats, and then the lack of glove means he's not a catcher modern, and you never think about putting him in left field. So, actually, it's probably an F minus, actually, isn't it? All right, red roughing. So the immediate thing by eye is it just doesn't have enough home run suppression to be able to hang around even in low silver. But there are a fair number of ratings points on the card, so I think I'd better double check this one because it's the kind of card that, like sometimes you can miss the way they add up. No, it doesn't look like it's adding up to a lot more than that. Yeah, okay. I think just the lack of home run suppression is going to mean this card ends up sort of nowhere close. And normally it's an F, but because he's a Yankee, he gets the Yankee F minus. Yeah, we can give him the Yankee F minus. Sam Lever. Well, okay, so modern, this card just doesn't quite have enough stuff for everything to add up in, for everything to add up in even low silver. However, anything early era, this card's going to be incredible. In your low silver 1939 or something like that, this is going to be a really strong card. So I think this is actually a good example of the kind of card that should be a T4 thing. It's kind of built to be useful in a specific tournament format. Outside of that format, I'm not sure how helpful it is. Inside of that format, it's a really important card. Maybe we just kind of give it like a C, for importance, because it just depends on if you play the format. But there's a good reason this card exists, and if you're playing the right formats, you need a copy of Lever, basically. Yeah, exactly. It's usable in 39. It's a niche card, but there is a clear reason that card will play in the right format. If you play that format, it's important. All right, and we got a Donlin. All right, so we got a Donlin now for low silver. Let's see, plays left and center plus first. Good base running. Really splitty. Even more so, I guess, than the 100 Donlin we got before, right? So left at this point has also been kind of funny in that we've been missing a little bit. Like there's sort of been a gap where we haven't had a really big bat in left. And so the funny thing is this is not a big bat, but this is probably about as big of a bat as you can find to put in left, especially given that you do have a real glove. So not only do I have this the best in low silver, but I even have this kind of just edging out Cheney White and probably is the best VR option in full silver. He has to be platooned, and that makes the card a bit worse, but just the fact that he plays up, I think, is important. Although he's eligible for all the early era stuff, he's maybe not improving that quickly. He has a fair bit of a void K, he has some power he's going to lose. So, from that point of view, I'm not sure, but yeah, it's still probably like maybe an A minus or something. I mean, this is still probably a really useful card if it's going to play up in modern for the moment. So it's hard to go too badly wrong with it. All right. Why do we get more? Sorry, we're just getting more spam, apparently. All right, I think I dealt with more spam. We have a lot of people that want to sell us users today. Okay, we got Jace, huh? Should I be shocked that we have a tiger? Well, the thing I guess I'm more surprised about. So by I would have figured this would be really strong. Uh, it's not sort of as strong as I initially expected, actually. Yeah, I'm actually trying to figure out where you play the card. So I guess the issue is he's not good enough defensively to play second or short. So then he's a third baseman. But then it's just that there are really big third base bats. Plus, as a mission card, you're not going to be able to get a combinator. I guess that's the idea. I'm still a little surprised, but I get I guess it's that and the really low avoid Ks are just killing him in modern. But let me check in an earlier era because then this is the kind of profile that probably does well in an early era. Oh, but I guess he's not eligible for the 1939, is he? Yeah, he's not eligible for the early era. I see. Okay, so if he's not eligible for the early era. Okay, yeah, so if he were eligible for the 1939, then I do have this as a strong 1939 third baseman, which kind of makes sense. But the problem is he's not eligible. Yeah, as a perfect draft pick, he's fine, sure. I agree. Um, but yeah, I think then, yeah, I think it's just an F. Like it just isn't the right format for this card. In modern, the avoid Ks are going to kill him. I can't believe I'm saying he has too low of an avoid K, but he has too low of an avoid K. All right, Dan Wilson. All right, well this is a good catcher glove. Early in the cycle, I would have said this is an excellent catcher glove, and then we've sort of been printing enough of these that this is probably now just a good catcher glove. But it's a good catcher glove with a real bat. So I've got him just narrowly behind Petway overall, but better bat, worse glove. So within the margin of whatever importance you give to the glove, you might well decide that you'd put Wilson ahead of Petway. VR. VL, Petway's pretty far ahead. So I think I still would rather play Petway in slot rather than Wilson and Petway. If you think you're gonna face 4.5 righties out of 5, then probably it's Wilson and Petway, and then you can kind of decide which order. I think otherwise he probably just gets squeezed out. That's right. There's that Future Legend Weekly, but he is probably too expensive. Because there are some excellent Future Legends in there as well. So I think Wilson ends up just like a C or a D probably, just because he's not enough of an improvement. Probably more like a D because of the two competitors, he's the one that's one way, and you're going to pick the two way over the one way if you have a choice. Yeah, I guess if there were, an era restricted thing, then this becomes a pretty important card. So, like, it might be that this is a key PTCS silver card, depending on what happens if there's an era restriction or something like that. There seems to have been this strong tendency to have basically no restrictions on PTCS recently. I guess the idea being that if you invest in any combinator this way, it's going to play. But that also reduces the chances that a card like this ends up being, really important or something like that. So, all right. David Hamilton. Oh, nice. One of the good stories so far this season for the Sox. So 102 range is nice. I mean, a little aggressive for me for Hamilton, but huge base running. So, that's already kind of a useful thing, in a situation where you can do it. Now, the problem is at middle infield, at least at base, this is a card that still is running into Dicky Thon and Placido Polanco, and they're just a little bit better. Guzman's competitive, Velarde's competitive, but the difference is this card and Velarde can be combinators and the others can't. At level 5, this is a win to a win and a half better than all of those at middle infield. So I think this, as a combinator version, this card is still probably an A or an A minus, just because he plays 2 positions. And then you're also going to get all the extra value with the base running, so that if this is a card that you've invested in, even as he starts to kind of drop out of the meta, this isn't going to be a bad card to be the 26th man on your roster and pinch run, or maybe, something, set in the 1990s where you get a 15th player again, having him as sort of a defensive replacement and, pinch runner. So I think this one actually probably has some, has some more lasting value. And I would definitely much rather have this card than Young if it's a cap and I'm picking one for the 2 points. So, yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And then we're up to gold. So, let's see. Sam Bankhead. This is a good card. So let's see. The bat is legitimately good and excellent as you go to, any kind of earlier era. This just becomes a really top tier bat. You get some base running value, but then you get this real defense value at a bunch of positions. You're getting 105 range, eligible for both middle infield positions. You get 104 arm at short. He has turn double play, so he really can play all 3 infield positions. But he also plays all three outfield positions and really can be a center fielder. So, from a roster construction point of view, this is just going to be a card you kind of want to find room for, unless you're running a 26 combinator roster, I would think, in anything close to an early era format. Okay, so modern, you have to worry about the fact that this bat is really pretty far behind everything else. I think he pitches a little bit too, doesn't he? Hold on, let me find the card, because I seem to remember he had actually some real pitching ratings. Yeah, so this is enough of a pitching rating that in a cap, this card probably is somewhere in the pen. He's ahead of your iron pitchers a lot of time. So yeah, it's a ton of defense at all these positions where it makes the roster construction simple. The problem is this bat is behind everything even remotely comparable. It's behind like a low silver like Frank Warfield, for example, and it's not going to get better than Warfield in early eras. And you cannot get a combinator version of this. A combinator version of this card to fix some of the problems with the bat would be incredible, because you're kind of getting improvement at all of these positions at once. So yeah, so putting these things together, I'm not quite sure what to do with this one. The card does a lot of things really well, and yet the more I think about how I would go about constructing rosters, yeah, the more I think about how I would go about constructing rosters, the more I kind of can't figure out where I'm going to play him. I can't find a roster that he naturally belongs on. This would be one of the best early picks you could have in a perfect draft, particularly one of the like silly formats where you draft things out of order. You'd love to draft this guy first because you can place him anywhere and be pretty happy. I can't help but feel like there's going to be some format that this card ends up being really important in. Maybe in just the right cap number. So in a cap number where sort of you get a full starting roster and one like half to 2/3 of a sub, this is probably your best half to 2/3 of a sub because he plays everywhere. So it's useful for that. Yeah. I can't find a place to play him. So I still feel like the card ends up being better than I don't really want to give it an F because I feel like there has to be some place that I'm missing to put the card. But the bat's just so far behind that I'm having trouble figuring out where that would be. Yeah, and if I go to like an early era, no, then the bat's just still behind. You know, the lack of power doesn't hurt him, but he doesn't have as much BABIP or gap power as a lot of the cards that are playing gold at this point. So it doesn't help either. Yeah, so in a really early era, for example, like at second base, he'd be behind. He's closer, right? I mean, he's obviously closer because you've cut out the home runs. But it's at third he'd be behind Warfield. At second, he'd be behind the Mark Ellis we'll get to in a moment, and so forth. He's still going to be behind a card like Ozzy at short. McGee in the outfield. I think I'm going to give him an F+. Like I can't find a roster that he goes on. And because he's not a combinator, there's no way to jump him onto a roster. But I just can't help but feel like he's going to sneak onto more rosters than I can think of right now. All right, Ben McDonald. Well, I can see there's not a lot of interest in this one in the card shop. Let me see why. Probably because it's just missing some ratings points, right? Although, the thing is, in an early era, this is going to be excellent. Yeah, in an early era, with these reverse splits, this is going to be absolutely excellent. Even at base, I have this as your top gold, like 1919 pitcher. Just because of the shape. I guess he is going to be missing ratings points in Modern. Although it's worth noting, he's going to face a ton of lefties. And the game engine has a lot of trouble dealing with reverse splits. Like if you eventually run him out of the pen, they're going to pinch hit left-handers against him. So, and this is actually the top VL. Yeah, that's funny. This is going to be the top VL starter at base level in my model. But he's kind of so far behind VR that I don't want to play him at all as a starter in Modern. And something's got to be wrong there. It's really kind of a bet on the sorts of lineups you're going to face. If you just run him out there, are you going to face a lineup where people have stacked lefties? In Modern, there's certainly a fair number of lefties out there. But the more that you get to earlier eras where people can platoon everything, actually, the more likely it is he's going to face all these lefties. And so I think this is probably a really big early era card. And it's just tough to tell with Modern because it's so much, comes down to like exactly the usage, right? So I'm just going to sort of guess like a B minus. Definitely in early eras, this is a critical card. So, yeah. I think that's a best guess at least. All right, and then Ellis, I guess we just talked about, right? So this is your top second baseman, certainly in early eras, but also that's a ton of defense. I mean, 109 range, 109 turn double play. That's just enormous. So, yeah, even at base, I've got him as the top VR option, but this is Combinator eligible. He doesn't quite play up, and he is a single position card, and there are some splits there. But yeah, just the fact that it's the top VR option, this has got to be like a solid A. Like I think you're going to want to grab Ellis. What does the Combinator go for, actually? Okay, so none is sold yet, but if I were buying Combinators, I'd be pretty happy with a price like this, I think. And he played long enough that he should be boostable, right? Let me see. Mark Ellis. Yeah, he's got a bunch of teammates with 7, 8, 9 seasons that are out there. So he should be pretty boostable as well. So yeah, this looks like a really solid card if you can find one. All right, Al Orth. Well, this is your top gold dead ball option other than, along with McDonald for sure. Modern, it's going to be hard to get away with that little stuff. So this is a situational option. And even as a combinator, you're just not really getting up to more than like 50 stuff. So this is only an early era card, but as an early era card, this is going to be quite a good one. So, there's probably one format for it. It's still only like the second or third best option for that format. So why don't we give him a D for dead ball and move on, I guess. Let's see, Basayo. So we got a catcher with no defense. And he's got some power, so probably he's going to end up behind options in an early era. So feels like it's going to be tough to make a spot for him for that reason, unless the bat's better than it looks, because there are some really excellent bats VR right now, so he just can't be, he can't be a DH or anything. But guess it depends just how good the bat is. So let me run it and see just how good the bat is, right? And the model's telling me I was wrong. It's actually a better bat than I thought it was at first. So the model's telling me that the bat's good enough that you can actually think about sticking this at catcher. That it's losing like 1.5 wins of value, behind the dish, but it's making up more than that VR. And that actually I do just want to run this as my catcher VR in Modern at base. And I think a lot more about base by the time you get to Diamond, just because the Combinator cards, they're more expensive, they're harder to level, and also they come out infrequently enough that they're not all available. So yeah, Mr. Audit, that bat's bigger than I thought it was initially by eye. And you know my feeling about big bats. I do like big bats. Okay, he does have to be platooned, but It's a big bat. Let's give him a B for big bat. Let's give him a B plus because that's a plus size big bat. Sound good? We need a big bat emoji, don't we? I probably got to be careful with that one. Exactly, Clay Dog. I do like big bats, and I cannot lie. You got it. All right, and finally we're on to the perfects or 101s or whatever. Yeah. No, cricket bats. You can. What do you mean? You can cut with a cricket bat. That's how else do you deal with something where you get something short and wide, right? I mean, you cut it. I guess you could steer it down to third man. Absolutely, you cut it with a cricket bat, but Sammy Basayo also cuts it. So, Kodai Senga. On to the perfects. So, okay, so this is one of the 101s. Okay, so it's one of the mission cards from Mission Week. So I think that's one of the choices that was made this week that kind of changed things. Is we did this Mission Week thing where suddenly we brought a bunch of mission cards into the meta all at once, and I think that's going to have the effect of kind of helping a few teams catch up to the Combinator pool if the mission cards now jump ahead of the Combinators for a little bit. So, of the ones that just came out this week, Senga is probably the weakest of the 5 we're about to talk about, but still a quite useful card. So again, I'm not as focused on league stuff. I've kind of been checked out of that. But I've got Senga, probably somewhere in the 10th to 15th range. But, once you're talking about kind of cards at the top end of league, there are very few teams that really are going to be investing in, having all 10 to 15. So I think there's a good chance that for almost every team, Senga does deserve to be somewhere on the roster, even if for kind of the top teams it's going to be served for the back end. And also note that with like this forkball and cutter, he is going to pick up a fair bit of a stuff boost out of the pen, on top of what's already a pretty stuff-heavy card. So I think that's worth noting. Also, the P-BABIP, for what it's worth, adding a high P-BABIP card into most rosters is going to change what that normalization looks like for your league by next week. So, okay, I think this one's probably fringy. It is an upgrade for most teams, but it's probably like a C or a D. It's really a card that's kind of raising the floor of what teams look like rather than kind of pushing the boundaries, which seems to have been the intent. So maybe give it like a C- or something, but it is worth something. Okay. And then next we've got the more playable Clemente. So like all the Clementes, the two issues with this card are the low I and the single position. And there's not really too much you can do about it. I mean, that's, that is who Clemente was as a player. If you're going to make a Clemente card, that's what the card's going to look like, right? So as far as where this ranks, it feels to me like this is going to be partly in a situation where it's park specific, but also it's going to be a lot about the rest of the way you construct your outfield. So right now, like a few cards to think about in the outfield. Okay, this is a card you can think about only in right. We're going to talk about Babe Ruth coming up in a moment, who needs to play somewhere. There's Oscar Charleston. Again, stronger than this card, can play all 3 positions. There's Elmer Smith if you got one from the last PTCS. Even a two-way card, but again, kind of could be somewhere in the mix, probably more in left field than anywhere else. There's still a Ted Williams, where you're losing some defense, but you have a big bat, and the right park could be stronger. For the people that have a Paul Hines, he should be in there. Those are probably like the biggest, cards that you're strongly interested in. Sorry, and then there's Tony Gwynn as well. Excuse me. So I think how important Clemente is depends on how many of the others you have, because he's toward the weaker end of that group, but he's good enough to be in the group where you're not really hurting yourself by running him in right field. Compared with the pointy end of this. So I think actually that the more I think about it, the card that probably got hurt the most by these new releases is Oscar Charleston, because Oscar kind of went from really a must-have card to a situation where now if you do these missions, you can stick Clemente in right. You can really stick Ruth in center. We'll come back to him in a moment. You can stick Ruth in center just fine. And then you're maybe just not getting enough of an upgrade to pay the $750,000 or something for Oscar over running like an Elmer Smith type. Yeah, so Mr. Odd, Elmer Smith, the fact that he also pitches helps a lot. If he didn't also pitch, but I think the idea is, right now the absolute floor for your outfield positions then for a competitive team is probably going to be Rogan, because Rogan's a mission reward that plays all the positions and is available. Elmer Smith is an upgrade over Rogan. And then each of the cards I just mentioned is sort of a little bit more of an upgrade over Rogan. So I think Clemente, again, sort of is pushing the floor. It's probably, still only something like a C, just because the cards that are better at the same time. But what it does is it gives you the option to skip a card like Oscar and come out okay, I think. In fact, I wonder if the prices on Oscar have plummeted. No, not really, but I would be surprised if you continue to see people paying, $700,000 plus for Oscar when you can now sort of get these other options instead. Oscar's more versatile. Oscar is a better card than Clemente. But the gap is small enough that if Clemente is a mission you could do for a couple 100,000 points, I'm not sure there are a lot of teams that should pay an extra $500,000 to upgrade to Oscar instead of upgrading elsewhere. Okay, yeah, so you do have Oscar. So that makes sense. So if you have, so Oscar, Babe, and Ted make sense in the right park. I think what I'm going to run, since I don't have Oscar, what I'm looking at running is Elmer, Babe, Clemente, and then Ted at DH, something like that. So trying to get all four of those in the lineup. And Ted's a better bat than Elmer, but if you're going to run all four, then Ted ends up being the DH. But yeah, if I had Oscar, then probably Elmer drops out. And if I had, Oscar plus, Gwynn or Oscar plus Hines or anything like that, then Clemente probably doesn't even make the roster because he becomes a single position backup, right? So the idea is a card like Elmer Smith is still valuable when he becomes a backup because of all the other things he does. Oscar is a 3-position, 2-way card, is a great backup to have on the roster. Clemente will just drop out of the meta very quickly as soon as he's surpassed because it's a single position card. And a VL card, if anything. So, all right, which brings us to the last three, right? So we just talked about Babe. The crazy thing about this card, and I just want to find the historical numbers on this because I have a hard time believing him. Yeah, I'm a little bit frustrated by the way this card is sort of a big defensive center fielder. I want to see if I can find some defensive numbers before I, criticize it too harshly, but yeah. He was basically a league average defensive center fielder in 1927. Um, and in general, well, defensive outfielder, right? Not really a center fielder. And not only that, but he always picked kind of the easiest outfield. So Babe, even by this point in his career, he would play left field in some parks and right field in other parks, basically depending upon kind of where the sun was, so that he'd never have to like deal with losing a ball in the sun. Uh, so just depending on kind of how the park was oriented. So this was not a good defensive player. And I thought the whole idea of kind of changing the power scale and giving more room was that you should be able to build a version of Babe that didn't have to be an excellent defensive player because he really had a Babe Ruth-like bat. And you could give him this outsized power and it would be okay, sort of missing the defense. And, for whatever reason, that's not actually what was done. Having said that, as much as I want to give this the Yankee F minus, this is a card that shouldn't be a center fielder and is the best center fielder in the game. When he's not, he's simply the best bat in the game by a lot, and you can stick him in either corner and be very happy. And this is very clearly an S plus, but just from a historical point of view, I'm kind of a bit frustrated with the card. I guess that's a good way to say it. So, hopefully that's sort of fair. I don't like the historical accuracy, but, from any competitive point of view, this is very clearly an S plus. All right. And then we got Pop. So we haven't had a great Pop Lloyd the last couple cycles. There was a really good one, I think, in 22. This looks like it's on the better end. And not only that he plays the different positions, but this is a much better bat than some of the Pop Lloyds we've had in the past. So I think on release, this probably could be your best VR second baseman. If you don't have Hannes, if you have Hannes, you're putting him somewhere. But then, this probably could be your best VR second baseman. It could be your best shortstop in the non-Hannes version. You actually don't hate having him play third, other than that it's a waste of his glove. But it means you can get by with only one third baseman on your roster. So that if you were still trying to keep a card like Troy Gloss around just because the third base shortstop combination, you can get rid of Gloss. I don't think the base running is as good as it looks on this card, but I actually do think cranking the bunt for hit might be quite useful given a lot of what people are running in League right now. So I think you're going to get some free hits as well out of this card. And in general, this is just really pushing the meta beyond, the cards like, even some of the really good second basemen we've had, like, the Hornsby, Gehringer types. This is really pushing beyond those. So I think this does push the meta at several positions. I will say I think this is more of a second baseman than shortstop in the long run, just given the other things that are out there, despite shortstop being listed on the card. But yeah, I think this is at least an S, and maybe we can even give him another S plus. Yeah, I think if you're going to be up there at multiple positions, I think that's probably another S plus. And then finally, we've got Koufax. This one, fortunately, is not an L10. Not a limited edition. This just has more rating points than kind of anything out there, and so it's going to be the best. Pretty simple. It is a mission card, so eventually there are going to be a lot of copies out there. Let me see how many, for example, are in my Diamond League right now. Okay, so there's 7 in my Diamond League right now, for example, and we're, a little bit over a day past the mission. Oh, am I in? I'm in Spore's Diamond League, actually. Okay. I haven't actually paid attention to League this season. Anyway, look, it's the best starter in the game. It's getting the best in every format he's eligible. It's actually pushing the meta even a little bit. So, yeah. So I think this is clearly yet one more S+. I think all 3 of these last cards really are kind of pushing the meta in different ways. Of the 3, Pop Lloyd is the one that's closest to an S instead of an S+. But even there, I think it is the 3rd best of these cards released, but it really is pushing the meta. And I think all 3 of these are going to be a significant jump ahead in power for teams. And you're going to see a big gap between the teams that do and don't have them. I wonder how many Ruths are in my league. Okay, only 3 Ruths. So Ruth seems to be harder. And 6 Pop Lloyds. So, all right. And then I guess, yeah, we're a little shorter than usual, which makes sense because usually there are 2 of us, and so there's kind of more of a discussion. Why don't I, as usual, do a bad TWIP draft and see how that goes? I think that's always a good plan, right? I'll jump in that as well. All right. We'll do a TWIP draft. Anything else people want me to cover? And then, hopefully next week we'll be back with a full crew. But we'll do the usual TWIP draft. Maybe being solo will change the luck around. And let's see, okay, well, so this is a bad catcher round, but this is definitely the best catcher round we've had on stream recently. It's going to be Posey and McCann. It's a natural platoon. McCann's not a wonderful VR catcher, but, we're at least picking 2 perfects. This is definitely an improvement, right? So we'll go with it. Okay. So everything I said about, yeah. Maybe we're back to the usual. Maybe we're back to the usual one. Where's McGraw for me? Oh, McGraw, I'll come back and show you. McGraw, I don't know why he's been so cheap. He's been excellent. Even more so kind of in tournament play, but he's been excellent in league as well. I'll still sell him if someone is looking for one, just because I'm not really focused on league, and if someone's going to enjoy him, that's fine. But he's been doing well. I guess this is Teixeira, right? I mean, could be Sisler. Let's see, this is... Yeah, it's righty heavy, which doesn't... I guess we'll take the switch hitter over the others. Yeah, we'll go Teixeira. Why not? Okay, well, Hornsby's perfectly fine. All right, that works. Sal Bando is also, kind of his newer card. This is a big bat. Again, it's a better VL bat, but it's just a right-handed power bat in a right-handed power park. So, we'll try it over Collins. Okay, well, Pop Lloyd or Hannes. That's an interesting decision. Wow. So I guess the answer is in this park, it's kind of got to be Hannes. would love to have them both. Yeah, it's got to be Hannes, right? It's a right-handed power park, but also, one of the things about this format is you kind of only get to find out what your options are for good backups afterward, and you don't know who's going to DH for you, and so just the positional flexibility is probably also worth it. And then we literally get nothing in left. All right. I mean, it's Holiday by default, I guess. I mean, Kiner, there's just not enough, really. Even in like this power park, yeah, it's still got to be Holiday, doesn't it? I mean, Joe D has pop, but yeah, it's got to be Holiday. I mean, yeah. Okay, well, McCutcheon again sort of fits the idea at least. So this is also kind of an interesting decision. So maybe this is where Hannes becomes useful for the flexibility. I mean, because we could put him in right, we could DH Heilman. The other option is Rose again can move around. But I think we just want to take Heilman's excellent bat. Right, Green would be the best option if we have to take a right fielder. But I think we put Hannes in right, and we assume that we're going to take one of the two shortstops later, or get a right fielder later, or even like McCutcheon plays right, so we could get a center fielder later. I think we have enough positional flexibility to put Heilman at DH, knowing that we have like 3 or 4 positions we can hit. Okay, well, I mean, it's going to be Carter, right? Is it Shane Dienst? It could be Shane Dienst. If we go with Shane Dienst, how would we do this? We'd put Hornsby would now move to short. No, Shane Dienst is probably the better. So Shane Dienst, okay, we put Shane Dienst at short, Hannes in right, or we put Carter in right. Yeah, I think we start Shane Dienst at short, and then Carter's the best backup is the way to do it. I think that works. All right, and then we get some pitchers, huh? Well, for a mixed diamond and perfecto, this isn't a lot of perfectos, is it? All right, I thought we were crawling our way out of the hole, and then, yeah, all right. Well, so Hamels and Winter are okay. Dennis Martinez is a good diamond. Palmer is also a good diamond. And Bankhead is... No, it's back. I mean, it's Beckett. Yeah. There aren't 5 guys here I'd like to pick either, but, this is sort of the way these tend to go for us. It's all right. We got all our bad drafts out here. All right, with some relievers. We got Dibble. And we got Dibble. We got Dibble. Okay, Cordero was an okay-ish April card. We're not too far past April, right? Floro has a lot of homer suppression for a live card. John King has a nice smile on his card art. And Uh, uh, Dylan Tate has some home run suppression? Yeah, let's go with that. Okay, Kunkel's fine. Kotze is good. I mean, Bourbon or Steele, or I mean, it really doesn't matter the way the pitching went on this draft, but you know, I think Bourbon's probably our best option here. It's at least an easy round. And then what do we need? We need one more pitcher. I mean, Hershiser's fine. We need two more hitters. What? Probably ideally infielders. Just, yeah, it can play multiple positions. We actually don't have a lot of options there. But on this channel, we're always going with Tony S. Anytime we can go for Tony S. So, all right. Well, this was probably better than our usual TWIP draft, even despite this little issue. You know what? Well, I'll at least see what they did. All right, probably we do want to platoon them, and like, okay, no, I don't think we want to run Heilman in right. That sounds like a mistake even for us. Let's do something a little bit more like this, I think. Wait, did I somehow not take Shane Dienst? Did I misclick something and not take Shane Dienst? No, Holiday's the guy to put there. I think I must have somehow misclicked and not taken Shane Dienst. That's all. I'm puzzled. Oh, it's a one-player round. I thought it was a two-player round. Okay. Then that's just my mistake. All right. Well, that was a TWIP draft. All right. Well, you know, we'll do the usual thing we do on the channel, where after completely screwing up a TWIP draft, we do one more draft and actually, like, you know, do decently, and then we call it quits. So here we go. We'll do the Saturday Can't Sleep Clown Will Eat Me. We'll do that before we finish. So here we go. What do we got? Modern era, straightforward enough draft, pretty much a flat park, slightly lefty favorite, I guess. It's a half and half, so we can talk strategy for a half and half, but I think the basic strategy for a half and half is that the live pitchers are closer to the historical pitchers than the live hitters are. So you ideally want to find some good hitting options. And Pop Lloyd is an absolute top tier option here, given the positional flexibility right at the beginning. So that's going to be an easy choice either way. So as much as we sort of have a bias toward hitters, so like Kevin Mitchell would make a lot of sense. Dennis Martinez is really good. So I think, you know, we're not going to like not take the really good player in order to squeeze our way into hitters or anything like that. All right, this is again like a round where if we had comparable things, fine. We don't have comparable things. We have one excellent pitcher, so we don't need to overthink it. We take our one excellent pitcher. Let's see. So Donaldson is actually a useful two-way player as well. So that probably makes a lot of sense. Second one's less clear. So, I mean, Austin Wells is fine. Probably Bingo gives us the most flexibility, but he's not kind of as high-end as the options we would like to find. Probably it's just Bingo, and again, we now have kind of enough flexibility to kind of see where the draft goes. Okay, well, Boone's just going to be a solid option here. We do have to pick a second one, and that's going to be trickier. So it's probably Hank Robinson by default. The other option is Eichhorn, who has this interesting profile if we think we could get him to face righties. But, so in most tournaments, you wouldn't even think about it. The thing to consider here is because it's a draft, you're not actually going to see as many pinch hitters, and the pinch hitters are going to be much worse than the starters. So you can take a really splitty card in a draft and just hope. I think I'm going to go with Hank Robinson instead, though, of the two. It's just sort of a more useful card, probably in general. We could also think about McCullers, depending on how we feel with BABIP. Actually, yeah, I think McCullers just has enough more points. I'd rather take him even with the 54 stamina, I think. There's just enough more points to do it, isn't there? Yeah, because we're still going to have kind of some of these live pitchers coming in. I know I said I was aiming for hitters, but we just haven't had the hitting options we wanted. But if we get the choice, we certainly will. So like here, we're going to go Figgins, and like it really doesn't make sense to take a card like Appleton with how good he is if we can find a hitter that's at all viable. Phil Hughes again would have been fine. The question is Joe Harris enough better than sort of the live options we're going to get? Because there's a big drop-off in the live hitting options. Problem is we just don't have good hitters here to take. Yeah, I think as much as we're trying to find a way to take hitters, there just isn't a starting position player to take here. So it's going to be Hughes. Okay. So this is our last historical round. Okay, so normally we'd get really interested in Nolan Ryan here as our fifth starter. Given everything I was saying before, we really don't want to do that. So I think we want to do everything we can to find two position players here. Probably that means it's like Mentkevich and Watley, even though they're not the two sort of strongest cards. Yeah, it's probably Cameron and Watley even, and assume we'll find a first baseman. That's a lot of eye out of Mentkevich. Okay, yeah, maybe it's Mentkevich and Cameron then. Yeah, I guess Cameron's a must. It's just I'm just thinking about the flexibility. I think it's Mentkevich and Cameron. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Yeah, because Figgins can even play outfield. Okay, and then now the idea is, the pitching is going to be fine. Like a card like Hunter Brown, this just isn't so far behind the silver starters we were getting. The problem is really more going to be, can you find any position players that have a bat that you'll deal with. This Kelly again is probably playable. So India, this is at least some kind of bat. That's probably in the ballpark. I have to look at a lot of the new lives just because they got re-rated recently enough that haven't seen a lot of them. Okay, there's not too much, so I guess yeah, probably something like this. So, all right, what else do we got here? Well, Biggio, again, he's at least got like a little bit of a bat VR. He plays a lot of positions. Let's see, Basso is, certainly fine. I'd really like to find a bigger bat. So Winker, at least before the re-rate, yeah, Winker still has a big enough bat that like we're probably DHing him, or DHing. We might be playing him in left field by the time we're done. There any other sort of big-looking bats here, particularly something we can put in the outfield? Like maybe this Lane Thomas is actually going to be our starting left fielder. Maybe that's more important. Biggio can play left. Could be either. Thomas. Well, Thomas also plays everything. Yeah, it's probably Biggio. But then I'd still like to find an outfielder somewhere if we can. Yeah, okay, a couple of these, yeah. Bernardino's fine. Torrens will be fine if we don't find an outfielder this round. Don't think we found an outfielder this round. I mean, Mervis is at least a bat. Now, I'd probably take Torrens. There's only one more catcher. Probably this is safer. Okay, well, this is not bad. So Gallo, we can stick Gallo in left or even right. Okay, so that solves some problems. And now we still probably want to find a pitcher with a good shape. That looks like a pitcher with a good shape. So okay, and Nico also, just with this eye and glove, this is we're gonna be pretty happy with something like that. I mean, Noda has a ton of eye also. We don't really want to just take 5 pitchers in the iron round. Well, we can't actually. We're only going to get 4 pitchers in the iron round. That's a good point. So maybe we really have to take 2 here. As much as some of these bats are decent. Maybe we're just forced to take 2 of them here, huh? If we can find 2 that are decent. Maybe Stewart? Yeah, probably it's Stewart, just because you're gonna, at least he's gonna get to face a bunch of, kind of the live players where he will get some strikeouts. Probably safer, and then we have to take 3 of the 4 pitchers still. Okay, it's actually just as well we did because there's one pitcher we really wanted to avoid. Okay, well Hampson at least has the advantage that he kind of is going to play everywhere we need him to. And then just what's the biggest bat we can find? It's not Javi Baez. I'm pretty sure of that. I mean, Williams is actually a decent shape for a lot of things. Yeah, maybe it's Williams because the defense, actually. All right. Think we made it. I haven't seen a lot of people on tonight. I don't know if there's been something going on or just, less interest. If there's someone wanted to suggest as far as rating, let me know and I can try to kind of rate into them. Let me see what they recommend here. So they wanted to put Winker. No, I think it's going to be Gallo is the idea. At least on the one side. And probably on the other side, it's still Gallo. Yeah, but something like this. Can it set a lineup? No, but whatever. Close enough. All right. Alf is always on. That's true. We gotta be able to do something better than Alf, though, right? All right, let me look at the things that are always on that are not Alf and see if there's something fun. All right, you got a couple options here. There is, well, it's day 14 of the sumo tournament, so you can get that if you want. There's Top Gear. Oh, you want to see how my McGraw is doing? All right, let me see how my McGraw is doing. Yeah, let's see how my McGraw is doing. I'm also kind of curious how my McGraw is doing now that you mention it. All right, what do you think? Top Gear, Sumo. Here, let me. Let me see if I can find another fun option. I'm just looking at what is available to raid, basically. Yeah, because there really is nothing at all OOTP related. So what has like large numbers of viewers or something that looks interesting? All right, we'll just do it this way. We'll put a quick poll up and see what everyone wants to do. So you're asking, how is McGraw doing? Okay, so here's my McGraw. And this is in Diamond. So last season he was 3.8 WAR, I guess on pace for something in that neighborhood again. Huge OBP, but then also like he's been fine defensively. And obviously no power. He hit one home run last year. I'm in Kaufman, so. All right, we're rating Sumo, it looks like. So. Anyway, sounds good. Hopefully by next week, things will be bit more back to normal, have a usual co-host and stuff. But yeah, thanks a lot. See y'all next time.